Chapter 667. Seeing the spirit coins in Yi Hao's hand, the King Kong's eyes lit up. He felt that he had wasted his time in the ancient demons. "Young master, where did you get so many spirit coins?" the King Kong asked curiously. "It's all from that bastard," Yi Hao said with a smile. At this moment, the King Kong finally understood what it meant to be infuriated by comparisons. He had stayed in the ancient demons for hundreds of years and had only saved 3 spirit coins. Yi Hao had only been in the ancient demons for a day and he had already obtained more than 30 spirit coins. If he was not mistaken, there was even a mid-grade spirit coin among them. One had to know that a mid-grade spirit coin could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit coins. This was because the spiritual power contained in a mid-grade spirit coin was 100 times that of a low-grade spirit coin. However, when he thought about it, he could not help but shake his head. He had to kill a rich young master in order to obtain so many spirit coins. This was because even if he killed Wang Badan, he would not be able to escape the Wang family's pursuit. That would be like having money but not having the life to spend it. After seeing that Yi Hao had so many spirit coins, the King Kong was full of confidence and led Yi Hao to the elixir pavilion. However, after walking for a while, the King Kong felt a little awkward because he had never been to the castle of the kings. The King Kong had no choice but to pull a passerby over. "Can I trouble you to ask where they sell elixirs here?" "Elixir sellers? Which one are you looking for?" "The largest cloud elixir pavilion in the city is right in front." The passerby glanced at the King Kong and sensed that the King Kong's aura was above his, so he immediately said respectfully, "Young master, there's one right in front." After asking around, the King Kong immediately ran back to Yi Hao. Yi Hao nodded and followed the King Kong over. From afar, Yi Hao could smell the fragrance of elixirs. "It's indeed the largest elixir pavilion. It's extraordinary." Yi Hao could tell that the quality of the elixirs in the Cloud Elixir Pavilion was good just by smelling the fragrance. "Stop. Today, my Cloud Pill Pavilion is receiving distinguished guests. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Yi Hao was just about to enter the Cloud Pill Pavilion when he was immediately stopped by a guard. Hearing the guard's words, Yi Hao did not take it seriously. He thought it was true and turned to leave. "Wait a moment. Aren't you receiving esteemed guests here? How can they enter?" Suddenly, the Vaja king saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walk into the Cloud Pill Pavilion. Yi Hao immediately frowned. Sure enough, he discovered that quite a few people walked into Cloud Pill Pavilion. The guards did not stop them. Without exception, those people either had good spiritual weapons in their hands or were dressed in expensive clothes. Although Yi Hao's clothes were considered pretty good in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. However, if this material was placed in the ancient demon realm, it was likely that only ordinary people would wear it. "What? I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Look at what she's wearing. The two of you are so poor, do you think you can afford it?" The guard looked at the material of Yi Hao's clothes, which were even worse than his own, and said contemptuously. Sure enough. Hearing the guard's merciless words, Yi Hao understood. It was just as he had guessed. What's going on? It's so noisy that it's affecting the mood of the guests inside. At this moment, a man in luxurious clothes walked out and said with dissatisfaction. Reporting to Deacon Zhong, "There are 2 strange people who are trying to enter our Cloud Pill Pavilion." The guard glanced at Yi Hao and the Vaja king, completely ignoring the 2 of them. "Beggars. Drive them away." Deacon Zhong glanced at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao was only a cultivator in the demon guard realm. Moreover, the clothes he was wearing were obviously those of a lower class. Similarly, he did not take Yi Hao seriously. "Who are you calling a beggar?" The Vaja king knew that in the ancient demon realm, he needed to be patient. However, Yi Hao was the dignified supreme beast of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. He was also the emperor of the 9-5 supremes. How could he tolerate being called a beggar? "Why are you being called a beggar? Are you looking for trouble?" The guard drew his weapon. After all, in the castle of the kings, even the Wang family did not dare to provoke the Cloud Pill Pavilion. Whoever dared to disrespect the Cloud Pill Pavilion would be killed immediately. "There are important guests in the shop today. It's not good to see blood." Just drive them away. Deacon Jong waved his hand in dissatisfaction. You two are lucky. Hurry up and get lost. Upon hearing Deacon Jong's order, the guard did not dare to disobey and said in a displeased manner, Is this how the Cloudpill Pavilion treats its guests? Yi Hao retorted. His heart was already burning with anger. Hurry up and leave. Our Cloudpill Pavilion is too small to accommodate the two of you. Is that okay? Please leave quickly. The guard's tone was filled with impatience and sarcasm. I hope you won't regret it. Haha, you want the Cloudpill Pavilion to regret it. How arrogant. I'd like to see how you will make the Cloudpill Pavilion regret it. Deacon Jong was also amused by Yi Hao's words. Young master, are we going to leave just like that? The King Kong monarch looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. This was completely out of character for Yi Hao. Of course we can't just let this matter rest. However, let's go and help the Bai family first. It's about time, Yi Hao said with a smile. According to his calculations, the people of the Wang clan should have already taken over the Bai clan by now. The King Kong monarch nodded when he heard Yi Hao's words and immediately followed Yi Hao to the Bai family. Actually, Yi Hao's estimation was right. The Bai family had already been surrounded by the Wang family. Head of the Wang family, that little slut Bai Yun is currently in the residence. I have already sent people to watch over the Bai family's courtyard, so that little slut is still in the Bai family's residence. When he saw the Wang family's head, he looked murderous and surrounded the Bai family. Bai Go immediately put on a fawning smile and walked over to the Wang family's head. The Wang family's head almost didn't recognize Bai Go when he saw his swollen face. It was only when he saw the large mole on Bai Go's face that he recognized him. Bai Go had often wagged his tail and begged for mercy in front of him, so his attitude towards Bai Go was quite good. Who beat you up like this? Sigh, it's a long story. When he heard the Wang family's head's words, Bai Go instinctively touched his face. He immediately grimaced in pain. The hatred he felt for Yi Hao surged in his heart again. However, his goal now was to let the Wang family's head capture Bai Yun. As for Yi Hao, he could only discuss it later. As long as Bai Yun was captured, the Wang family's head's anger would be temporarily extinguished. When he heard the Wang family's head's words, Bai Go instinctively touched his face. He immediately grimaced in pain. The hatred he felt for Yi Hao surged in his heart again. However, his goal now was to let the Wang family's head capture Bai Yun. As for Yi Hao, he could only discuss it later. Chapter 668. The Wang family head's tone was full of contempt. He didn't put the white dragon in his eyes at all, as if he was calling a cat or a dog, because after so many years, he already had an understanding of the white dragon's nature. Basically, if he pointed east, the white dragon would never go west. Because the white dragon would only blindly retreat and tolerate him, the Wang family head was already used to it. In his eyes, the white dragon was his dog. He could hit and scold it as he wanted. If the white dragon dared to complain, then he would send people to destroy the Bai family. Therefore, he had grasped the white dragon's weakness. Who is making a ruckus in front of my Bai family? Suddenly, the white dragon's voice was heard. The white dragon walked out with a group of Bai family disciples. Why does the white dragon seem a little different today? The Wang family head muttered in his heart, because he realized that the white dragon's attitude towards him was not as respectful as before. Even the hint of flattery in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, he looked at him as if he was looking at a passerby. The fear in his eyes had completely disappeared. Can't he see that I came aggressively today? The Wang family head didn't see the result he wanted to see and was slightly unhappy in his heart. Big brother seems to be a little different today. Bai Go also felt that the white dragon was abnormal today. White dragon, my third son is dead. Although he didn't know what had happened, the Wang family head still went straight to the point. The Wang family's third young master is dead. Your Wang family is holding a funeral. Why did you come to my Bai family? The white dragon asked with a chuckle. You. The Wang family head was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that the white dragon would dare to openly contradict him. This had never happened before. What's going on? Why did the Wang family suddenly attack the Bai family? Haven't you heard? I heard that the bastard is dead, and the Wang family obviously wants to vent their anger on the Bai family. What? That bastard is dead? How satisfying. I wonder which hero killed him. However, no matter who killed him, the Bai clan is doomed this time. At the very least, they will be extorted by the Wang clan. At the very least, the entire Bai clan will be exterminated. But, wasn't it said that the Bai family's family head was extremely afraid of the Wang family's family head? But, judging from the attitude of the Bai family's family head, it seems that he is extremely unyielding. He is simply not giving the Wang family head any face at all. When the passers-by saw the Wang family surrounding the Bai family, they all gathered around and started discussing. White Dragon, my third son followed your daughter out of the city, but my son is dead and your daughter is alive. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? The Wang family head asked coldly. His questions now would certainly leave the White Dragon speechless. This was because Wang Badan and Bai Yuna had left the city together. No matter how one looked at it, Wang Badan's accident was definitely related to Bai Yuna. I've already asked Yuna. She said that they separated as soon as they left the city. As for where Wang Badan went, Yuna said that she has no idea. What evidence do you have to prove that my third son separated from your daughter when he left the city, and that your daughter didn't return to the city alone after killing my son? Then what evidence does the Wang family head have to prove that your third young master was killed by my Yuna? Whether it was your daughter who killed him or not, call your daughter out. This old man will know once I ask her. My daughter is resting and has no time to come out. At this moment, the Wang family head and the White Dragon were really at odds with each other, neither giving way to the other. The Wang family head was wondering if the White Dragon had taken the wrong medicine. When did the White Dragon dare to speak to him like this? At this moment, the Wang family members were also greatly surprised because this was completely different from the past. In the past, the White Dragon would receive the Wang family respectfully when they came looking for trouble. Then, no matter what the Wang family asked for, the White Dragon would agree. Today, not only did the White Dragon not do that, it even dared to refute. Awesome. On the other hand, the Bai family members were very happy because they were finally unyielding for once. In the past, when they saw the Wang family, they would shrink their heads like dogs and not even breathe loudly. At this moment, they could finally hold their heads high in front of the Bai family, even if they had to pay the price of their lives. Although they didn't know who made the Wang family head change so much, they were very grateful to this person. White Dragon, you have to think carefully about the consequences of going against the Wang family. The Wang family head narrowed his eyes and looked at the White Dragon. His tone was very cold as he directly began to threaten. I want to try. After the White Dragon said that, it drew its weapon. This. The Wang family head really didn't expect the White Dragon to be so unyielding. From the looks of it, the White Dragon seemed to want to have a fight with him. Bai Go also rubbed his eyes, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. What's wrong with the clansmen? Why did they change so much? Since it's like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Disciples of the Wang family, listen up. Ha! Kill for me. The Wang family head pointed in the direction of the Bai family and directly gave the order. But to his disappointment, until the end, the White Dragon's face didn't show any fear. Disciples of the Bai family, listen up. This is a matter of life and death for the Bai family. Then take out our lives to protect the dignity of the Bai family and the blood of the enemy to wash away the humiliation we have suffered all these years. The White Dragon roared and then shot out, rushing towards the Wang family head. The White Dragon's cultivation of the 7th rank demon general was directly revealed. Follow the family head and repel the enemy. Uncle Bai roared and also rushed forward. Kill. Seeing the White Dragon taking the lead without any fear, the blood of the Bai family members was finally ignited. Brothers, it's time for us to straighten our backs and kill those dogs of the Wang family. All these years, I've already endured enough. Kill one of them and I'll break even. Kill two and I'll make a profit. Those dogs of the Wang family, tremble under my blade. At this moment, the members of the Bai family were all hot-blooded and shouting. One by one, they attacked the disciples of the Wang family with a strong fighting spirit. On the contrary, the disciples of the Wang family, who had the advantage in numbers and quality, were all frightened by the Bai family. Many of them actually had looks of fear on their faces. Brothers, what are you afraid of? The Bai family has always been dogs in my eyes. As their masters, how can we be afraid of them? At this moment, a member of the Wang family cheered his own people on. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. After he said this, the disciples of the Bai family became even angrier. After all, this was insulting them in front of their faces. Anyone with a bit of dignity wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Brothers, you heard it. The Wang family actually treats us like dogs. How can we tolerate this? Kill them. F***ck them, Wang family, die for me. Chapter 669. That Wang family disciple also felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that his original intention to encourage the Wang family disciple would backfire. But who would have thought that it would backfire and enrage the Bai family disciple instead? The Bai family angrily charged at the Wang family, and for a moment, they actually had the upper hand. But what could they do? The Wang family had more people than the Bai family, and in terms of strength, they were also stronger than the Bai family. Although the Bai family's momentum was strong and the Wang family was slightly inferior, they were soon evenly matched and gradually, the Wang family overtook them. At this moment, the White Dragon was already fighting with the Wang family head. As for Uncle Bai, he was also held back by an old man from the Wang family. White Dragon, you dog, a mere 7th level demon general dares to fight with me. Watch how I kill you. The Wang family head's 9th level demon general cultivation was revealed without a doubt. Me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although he was weaker than the Wang family head, there was no trace of fear on the White Dragon's face. At this moment, the White Dragon's body was fearless. So what if you're stronger than me? I'll still F***ck you up. The White Dragon knew that he was no match for the Wang family head, so he attacked without any regard for his life, trying to exchange injuries with the Wang family head. This is the White Dragon that I admitted defeat. At this moment, the White Dragon was completely different from the weak and incompetent White Dragon of the past. Even the Wang family head, who was stronger than the White Dragon, had to avoid the White Dragon for a while. He didn't dare to fight the White Dragon head-on, because the White Dragon's attacks were fatal, and they were aimed at his vital points. What a mad dog! For a moment, the Wang family head couldn't fight back at all. Seeing the White Dragon attacking without any regard for his life, the Wang family head could only curse unhappily. Second Master, who are we helping now? Baigo stood at the side and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He didn't even realize what had happened and his clansmen were already fighting with the Wang family. Then, was he still the substitute patriarch? Baigo looked at the White Dragon fighting with the Wang family head and was shocked. His fear of the White Dragon surged from the depths of his heart once again. This was because the young White Dragon was like this. He dared to fight and risk his life against his enemies. Therefore, Baigo's childhood nightmare was the White Dragon. It was only after the White Dragon became the head of the family that he became more and more weak and incompetent that Baigo's fear of the White Dragon slowly disappeared. Gradually, Baigo no longer took the White Dragon seriously. That was why he dared to openly compete for the position of the Bai clan's clan head. But at this moment, the White Dragon had once again awakened the fear in his heart. Baigo, didn't you want to be the patriarch of the Bai clan? I'll give you this chance. Help me kill and suppress these Bai clan disciples. Although the Wang clan head looked down on Baigo, he was still able to kill Baigo. But no matter what, Baigo was still a 6th-order demon general. He could play a certain role. Now that the White Dragon and Uncle Bai were entangled, with Baigo's strength, no one in the Bai family could stop him. Baigo originally wanted to watch with folded arms and sit on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. But who would have thought that the Wang clan's clan head did not give him this chance at all? Baigo, didn't you say that you're loyal to me? Now, it's time for you to show your loyalty. Don't disappoint me. Wang clan head continued. Baigo, I can tolerate the rest. But if you make a move against my clansmen, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The white dragon roared angrily at Baigo. Baigo's expression changed, knowing that it was very hard for him to watch with folded arms today. Comparing the two factions, Baigo discovered that it was still the Wang clan's clan head's side that had the advantage. Because the Wang clan's clan head's strength was a 9th-order demon general, while the white dragon was only a 7th-order demon general. Although the white dragon's attacks were fierce, the Wang clan's clan head had been fighting with ease all along. His body was only a little messy. Instead, a wound already appeared on the white dragon's body. As for Uncle Bai, he was also entangled by an old man of the same rank and could not free up to help the white dragon for the time being. Therefore, the white dragon's defeat was only a matter of time. As long as the white dragon was defeated, the Bai clan's morale would definitely be in chaos. At that time, the Bai clan would be scattered and would have no combat strength to speak of. After Baigo's analysis, he still planned to attack the Bai clan to show his loyalty first. Kill them. Baigo's gaze turned vicious. He suddenly drew his weapon and attacked the Bai clan's clansmen. The followers behind Baigo naturally attacked with Baigo. Why? Second Master, why are you attacking us? No, you're the scum of the clan. You traitor, you scum. Brothers, be careful. The white dog has betrayed us. At this moment, after being attacked by Baigo, the Bai clan's clansmen's hearts immediately turned cold. Then, a trace of panic appeared. How dare you say that I'm courting death? It's your honor to be my stepping stone. Hearing the Bai clan's clansmen's curses, Baigo's attacks became even more ruthless. As long as they were caught by Baigo, he would directly kill them without mercy. Baigo, you'll die a horrible death. Seeing that Baigo was really attacking the Bai clan, the white dragon roared angrily. If not for the battle with the Wang clan's patriarch, he would definitely have killed Baigo. Ha ha ha, with such a person in the Bai clan, there's no need to worry about your Bai clan's survival. Seeing Baigo's actions, the Wang clan's patriarch laughed proudly at the white dragon. Miss, you can't go out. If you go out, you'll distract the patriarch. At this moment, in the Bai clan's courtyard, Uncle Zhong desperately pulled Bai Yun. However, Bai Yun's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. Uncle Zhong, let go of me. I'll kill you for the clan, you bastard. Miss, the white dog's strength is at the 6th level of the demon general. You're not his match. You'll only die in vain. Uncle Zhong desperately pulled Bai Yun. He was really afraid that Bai Yun would go out. If Bai Yun went out at this time, she would definitely be caught by Baigo. And Baigo would definitely not let Bai Yun go. Because Baigo was still hoping to catch Bai Yun and bring her to the Wang clan to beg for mercy. White dragon, go to hell. At this moment, the Wang clan's patriarch suddenly shouted. It turned out that the Wang clan's patriarch had seized the opportunity to suddenly injure the white dragon. After the white dragon was hit, it directly flew backwards. Phut, the white dragon's heart heated up and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. Uncle Bai was also distracted by the white dragon and looked at the white dragon worriedly. After Uncle Bai's opponent saw that Uncle Bai was distracted, he also seized the opportunity to attack Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai was also hit by the Wang clan's patriarch. Phut. Uncle Bai also spat out a mouthful of blood. Father, Uncle Bai. Seeing that the white dragon and Uncle Bai were hit, Bai Yun immediately rushed out. Little slut, you're finally willing to come out. Seeing Bai Yun appear, a sneer flashed across Baigo's face and he immediately grabbed at Bai Yun. I'll fight it out with you, you scum of the Bai clan. Bai Yun took out her weapon and stabbed at Baigo angrily. Chimph, trash. Baigo raised the weapon in his hand and directly sent Bai Yun's weapon flying. Chapter 670. Bai Yun closed her eyes in despair when she saw Baigo's ruthless kick. This was because she could sense the aura of death from Baigo's kick. Miss, dodge. Uncle Zhong stepped forward and pushed Bai Yun away with all his might, but he was kicked by Baigo. Uncle Zhong's entire back caved in. His eyes were glazed over, and his breathing was shallow. Clearly, his life was in danger. Uncle Zhong. Bai Yun-er couldn't stop her tears from flowing when she saw Uncle Zhong's appearance. "PH, don't be anxious. I'll send you to him now." Bai Go was very displeased that his kick had been blocked. He picked up the weapon in his hand and looked at Bai Yun-er's neck. "No, Yun-er." White Dragon shouted anxiously when he saw Bai Yun-er in danger. "Bai Go, stop." However, he was blocked by the Wang family's patriarch, so he couldn't save Bai Yun-er at all. Bai Go ignored him even more. "Bai Go, you did well. Kill that slut to pay tribute to my son." The Wang family's patriarch stopped White Dragon and said with satisfaction when he saw Bai Go's actions. Bai Go became even more pleased when he heard the Wang family's words. The weapon in his hand was about to land on Bai Yun-er's body. When the Bai family saw this scene, they were secretly anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "Fuck off." Right at this moment, Yi Hao's explosive shout suddenly sounded out. Yi Hao used wind step to step forward and blocked Bai Go's path. Bai Go's expression changed when he heard Yi Hao's words, but he didn't stop his injured actions. "You're courting death." Yi Hao roared when he saw Bai Go's actions. Iron slash. Yi Hao's bloodstained weapon released a huge force and sent Bai Go's weapon flying. Yi Hao didn't stop. The bloodstained dual blades in his hands slashed at Bai Go. Instantly, Bai Go's head fell to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Go didn't even react until he died. How could Yi Hao be so fast? Ding dong, congratulations on injuring and killing Bai Go. 600 experience points gained. Are you alright? Yi Hao looked at Bai Yun-er with concern. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Bai Yun-er would be the one with her head separated from her body. Bai Yun-er was still in a state of shock, but when she saw Yi Hao, she immediately calmed down. She anxiously said to Yi Hao, "Quickly save my father and Uncle Bai." Although he was unhappy with the White Dragon, seeing that the White Dragon was able to fight against the Wang family, it meant that his words were effective. No matter what, Bai Yun-er was his friend. Saving the life of a friend's father was something he should do. "I really underestimated you," the White Dragon said with some self-blame. He had seen Yi Hao's speed just now. Yi Hao was able to kill Bai Go so casually. He was at least a 7th-level demon general. Even a 7th-level demon general couldn't do it. "Kid, I underestimated you." Uncle Bai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Hao had saved Bai Yun-er. A smile appeared on his face. "Who is this person? He's so strong. I didn't even see him clearly and he killed Bai Go. That Bai Go is at least a 6th-level demon general. He was killed in one strike. How strong is this young man? But no matter how strong he is, he will probably die in the hands of the Wang family's patriarch now that he's standing up for the Bai family. After all, the Wang family's patriarch is a 9th-level demon general." The onlookers were still thinking that it was a pity that Bai Yun-er, a beauty, was going to die in Bai Go's hands. But before they could react, the one who died was Bai Go. "Who are you?" The Wang family's patriarch's face was gloomy as he looked at Yi Hao warily. "You must be the old bastard." Yi Hao chuckled as he looked at the Wang family's patriarch. "What do you mean?" The Wang family's patriarch was obviously angry. There was a trace of killing intent in his tone. "Isn't the little bastard's father an old bastard?" Yi Hao said, amused. "Kid, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Or do you think that I won't dare to make a move?" The Wang family's patriarch was furious after being insulted by Yi Hao. But he didn't dare to make a move without understanding the enemy's situation. After all, Yi Hao was so strong at such a young age. He must be extraordinary. Although looking at Yi Hao's strength, he was only at the 8th level of Demon Guard. But the aura that he revealed just now definitely had the strength of an 8th level demon general. Although he was a 9th order demon general, fighting against an 8th order demon general was a piece of cake. But what he was afraid of was whether Yi Hao had any background. "Old bastard, don't be anxious. I have a big gift for you." "What gift?" Hearing Yi Hao's words, the Wang family's patriarch frowned. But when he saw the thing that Yi Hao took out, his face turned ashen. The Wang family's patriarch looked at Yi Hao with a heart-wrenching expression and questioned, "You killed my son. Isn't that nonsense? After Yi Hao finished speaking, he made the first move and attacked the Wang family's patriarch. Little bastard, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The Wang family's patriarch roared. All his scruples were thrown to the back of his mind. Wang family's saber technique. The Wang family's patriarch roared and used his strongest spiritual technique. It's actually the Wang family's saber technique. The Wang family's strongest spiritual technique. After seeing the Wang family's patriarch use the saber technique, everyone was shocked. Seeing the Wang family's saber technique, the White Dragon and Bai Yun shouted worriedly at the same time, Yi Hao, be careful. The Wang family's saber technique is a top-tier cultivation technique. Yi Hao looked at the Wang family's saber that was changing unpredictably. He was also shocked because his strength was below the Wang family's patriarch. Moreover, his iron chop was only a low-tier cultivation technique of the demonic yellow level. What should I do? Yi Hao thought anxiously. The Wang family's patriarch's attack was fierce, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. By the way, I still have that. I don't know if it's possible. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that he still had a Super Heaven stage martial technique in the Myriad Kingdom continent. One saber. Yi Hao immediately used one saber. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level definition for one saber technique. One saber is a low-tier cultivation technique of the Dark Demon level. It can be upgraded. There's hope. Hearing the system's definition of one saber, Yi Hao was delighted. It's actually a low-tier cultivation technique of the Dark Demon level. Seeing Yi Hao use one saber, the Wang family's patriarch was originally a saber user, so he could naturally see the level of one saber at a glance. In the eyes of the Wang family's patriarch, there was a thick look of greed. Kid, when I saw your martial technique, I knew that you didn't practice it diligently. Although my martial technique is a top-tier demonic yellow level, it has been practiced to the highest level and is comparable to your martial technique. Seeing Yi Hao use one saber and show his strength, the Wang family's patriarch couldn't help but mock him proudly. Although it was ridicule, Yi Hao knew that what the Wang family's patriarch said was very reasonable. Although one saber was a low-tier demonic yellow level martial technique, he couldn't use the strongest attack power of one saber. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hao and the Wang family's patriarch collided together. Chapter 671. Just as the head of the Wang family revealed a smug smile, another expert of the Wang family suddenly shouted. The head of the Wang family's face changed as he sensed danger. He immediately gave up on attacking Yi Hao and dodged to the side. Hiss. Although the head of the Wang family dodged in time, his shoulder was still hit. Only then did the head of the Wang family realize that a green wolf king was standing behind him. The head of the Wang family couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If it weren't for someone's warning and his quick reaction, he would have definitely died under the claws of the Green Wolf King. It's actually the Green Wolf King. This young man actually has a Green Wolf King. Could he be a beast tamer? Why would such a young beast tamer appear in a small place like ours? But even if he's a beast tamer, that Green Wolf King is only a 7th level demon general. One man and one wolf probably won't be a match for the head of the Wang family. That's not necessarily true. Although the Green Wolf King is a 7th level demon general, it can fight against an 8th level demon general. That young man is also an 8th level demon general. 2 8th level demon generals might be able to fight against a 9th level demon general. When the crowd saw the Green Wolf King appear, they all became nervous. Only when they knew that the Green Wolf King was a beast pet did they heave a sigh of relief. This was because the Green Wolf King was an existence that they couldn't afford to provoke. However, everyone's gaze towards Yi Hao was filled with shock. He was clearly a 8th level demon guard, but the strength he displayed was extremely powerful. He actually had the strength of an 8th level demon general. This was a huge leap. In the Castle of the Kings, only the head of the Wang family could compare to him. But this wasn't the end of the shock. Yi Hao was actually a beast tamer, and he even had a Green Wolf King in his hand. Head of the Wang family, let me help you. Seeing the Green Wolf King appear, the voice of the Wang family's expert was filled with seriousness. He immediately attacked Yi Hao. Stop him. The white dragon saw that the strong cultivators of the Wang family were about to attack Yi Hao. Uncle Bai also rushed over to stop the strong cultivators of the Wang family. Brat, you're so sinister. The Wang family head felt a burning pain on his back. He looked at Yi Hao with fear in his eyes. Now that he thought about it, everything Yi Hao had done before was just to attract his attention so that the Green Wolf King could launch a sneak attack on him. Yi Hao felt that it was a pity. He had risked his life just now to attract the attention of the Wang family head so that the Green Wolf King could launch a sneak attack on him. But he had almost succeeded. However, now that he had joined forces with the Green Wolf King, he was not afraid of the Wang family head either. Attack! Yi Hao commanded the Green Wolf King. One man and one wolf attacked from the left and right, aiming for the Wang clan's clan head. Yi Hao glanced below and saw that the Bai family was at a disadvantage. He immediately released more than 20 green wolves. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? So many green wolves. Did he form a contract with the green wolves? The crowd looked at the sudden appearance of more than 20 green wolves. Other than shock, they also admired Yi Hao. Oh! The wolves pounced on the people of the Wang family. More than 20 green wolves were all level 1 demon generals and above. With the help of the wolves, the Wang family's advantage in strength was instantly reduced to nothing. This was because the average strength of the Wang family was at the demon guard level. There were less than 10 demon generals, and they were all around level 1. As for the demon generals of the Wang family, they were attacked by the green wolves first. The Bai family instantly turned from a disadvantage to an advantage. Under the leadership of the wolves, they began to slaughter the people of the Wang family. Green Wolf King, it's up to you. Yi Hao and the Green Wolf King were evenly matched. Yi Hao immediately took out 2 pills and threw them into the Green Wolf King's mouth. He didn't want to drag this out. If he did, he would be the one at a disadvantage. After all, the Wang clan head's cultivation was higher than his. He would definitely be able to last longer than him. Oh! The Green Wolf King sensed the aura of the leveling pill and immediately roared in excitement. He swallowed the pill. Not good. Seeing the pill that Yi Hao threw to the Green Wolf King, the Wang clan head didn't know what kind of pill it was, but he knew that it was definitely not something good. The Wang clan head made up his mind. He gave up on attacking Yi Hao and turned to attack the Green Wolf King. I'll kill you first. Boom. Boom. Just as the Wang clan head was inches away from the Green Wolf King, the Green Wolf King's cultivation level suddenly increased by 2 levels. The Wang clan head's expression changed and his eyes widened. He didn't expect the Green Wolf King's cultivation level to have such a huge change. That was an increase of 2 levels. The Green Wolf King was originally a level 7 demon general. Now that his cultivation level increased, he directly reached level 9 demon general. In other words, the Green Wolf King's cultivation level was on par with his. However, as long as it was a demon, it would usually be stronger than a cultivator. Fear appeared in the Wang clan head's eyes. However, it was too late to retreat now. Moreover, Yi Hao was attacking from behind. The Wang clan head could only grit his teeth and slash at the Green Wolf King's neck. The Green Wolf King looked at the Wang clan head with disdain. In a flash, he slapped the Wang clan head with his palm. How can he be so fast? The Wang clan head realized that he had completely underestimated the Green Wolf King's speed. His weapon was just a hair's breadth away from the Green Wolf King's neck. However, the Green Wolf King dodged it. The Wang clan head felt a sense of danger. His first thought was to escape and leave the battlefield temporarily. However, as soon as his body moved, a huge impact came from his left shoulder. Ah! The Wang clan head screamed as the Green Wolf King pushed him to the ground. The Green Wolf King didn't hold back and bit the Wang clan head's neck. However, the Green Wolf King's gentle bite was enough to kill the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head couldn't remain calm anymore. He looked at Yi Hao in panic. Young master, let's talk nicely. Yi Hao picked up the Wang clan head's broadsword and held it above the Wang clan head's head as he asked contemptuously, I killed your son. What else is there to talk about? The Wang clan head could clearly feel the Green Wolf King's hot breath on his neck. At the same time, The Green Wolf King's saliva was dripping onto his neck. There was also a huge claw on his chest. The worst thing was that the broadsword in Yi Hao's hand was still hanging above his head. He didn't doubt that the sharpness of his weapon could easily pierce through his head. The Wang clan head had never felt that death was so close to them. The Wang clan head was afraid. He was finally afraid. Because in the face of death, he was afraid of death. All thoughts of revenge for his son had been thrown to the back of his mind. After all, if he didn't even have his life, how could he talk about revenge? Chapter 672. Did I hear wrongly? What did the head of the Wang family say? Haha, so everyone is so afraid of death in the face of death. I never thought that the leader of the castle of the kings would one day be in such dire straits. Everyone looked at the head of the Wang family, who was begging for mercy, with mockery in their eyes. Because as long as one lived in the castle of the kings, no one had not been bullied by the Wang family. Because the Wang family was the leader of the castle of the kings, the Wang family's words were law. Whoever dared to go against them would definitely suffer. Countless innocent people had died in the hands of the Wang family, but no one dared to go against them. Countless people here had been bullied by the Wang family, but they did not dare to speak up. But now, seeing the head of the Wang family in such a state, everyone felt that they had vented their anger. All right then. Yi Hao nodded and stood up. Before the head of the Wang family could heave a sigh of relief, Yi Hao suddenly released the weapon in his hand. Go down and educate your son properly. No. Looking at the weapon that was getting closer and closer to take his life, the head of the Wang family struggled with all his might. But his entire body was pinned to the ground by the Green Wolf King. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. And the huge sword was directly inserted into the head of the Wang family. Even until death, the head of the Wang family still had a look of unwillingness on his face. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing the Wang family's elite mini-boss. You have gained 1800 experience points and received a gift pack as a reward. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Your current level is level 9 Demon Guard. I didn't expect it to be an elite monster. After hearing the system notification, Yi Hao was also very surprised. Normally, after killing the head of the Wang family, he would at most gain 900 experience points. But he was rewarded with 1,800 experience points, which was double the amount. Most importantly, he was also rewarded with a gift pack. This was an unexpected gain. And his level had finally risen to level 9 Demon Guard. Now, even without the help of the Green Wolf King, he could still kill the head of the Wang family. Oh no, the head of the Wang family is dead. The family head has been killed. What should we do? The Wang clan is finished. The clan head is dead. The Wang clan is finished. At this moment, the members of the Wang family who were fighting with the Bai family members saw the Wang family head with a large blade in his head and shouted in panic. Brothers, kill them. Seeing that the Wang clan was panicking, the people from the Bai clan charged toward the Wang clan in a spurt of energy. The expert from the Wang family was also beheaded by the White Dragon and Uncle Bai. Yi Hao watched as the old man was killed. There was nothing he could do. The experience points were gone. Yi Hao could only look at the disciples of the Wang clan. I don't care. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Because the Wang family's ranks were all at the Demon Guard level, the experience he could obtain was not much. However, Yi Hao didn't want to waste any of it. He picked up the Wang family head's saber and slashed at the Wang family disciple. Logically speaking, given Yi Hao's standing, he should be able to kill the members of the Wang clan with just his fists. However, after fighting with the Wang family head, he finally understood the importance of martial skills. Iron Slash. Ding dong, Iron Slash proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, Demonic Yellow low rank. Proficiency level, Simple Mastery. Proficiency 7/10. Through some understanding, Yi Hao already had a clear understanding of the grades of martial skills in the ancient demon domain. According to the ranking from low to high, they were Demonic Yellow rank, Demonic Mystic rank, Demonic Earth rank, and Demonic Sky rank. Of these 4 ranks, each rank was further divided into 4 subranks: low rank, middle rank, high rank, and top rank. The purpose of a martial skill was to increase the user's combat strength. The stronger the martial skill, the more it would increase. Furthermore, the proficiency level of each martial skill was divided into 3 stages: simple mastery, proficiency, and perfection. And Yi Hao's current proficiency level of his skill was only at simple mastery. One had to know that this was already the envy of others. After all, when others came into contact with a martial skill and wanted to master it simply, they had to refer to it for a long time. They even had to repeatedly practice before they could learn the martial skill and reach simple mastery. Some geniuses only needed a few hours to master a simple mastery of a martial skill. Some slower ones needed a few days, and some even needed more than 10 days or even dozens of days. It was too difficult. Only then could one master a simple mastery of a martial skill. As for cultivating the martial skill to proficiency or perfection, it required even more diligent practice, innate aptitude, and comprehension to be able to do it. And Yi Hao only needed to look at a martial skill and be able to master it in a second. How could it not be heaven-defying? If those geniuses knew that Yi Hao learned martial skills so easily, they would probably have the heart to kill Yi Hao. Ding dong, Tai Chop proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low rank demonic yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery. Proficiency 8-10 inch ding dong, Tai Chop proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low rank demonic yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery. Proficiency 9-10 inch ding dong, Tai Chop proficiency +1. Proficiency level upgraded to proficiency. Proficiency 0, 100 inch. Seeing that the proficiency level of the martial skill had increased, Yi Hao was secretly delighted. At this moment, Tai Chop's proficiency level had reached proficiency. Its power was already comparable to a middle-rank demonic yellow martial skill. If Tai Chop's proficiency level reached perfection, it would be comparable to a high-rank demonic yellow martial skill. Of course, if the martial skill was mastered to perfection, the potential of the martial skill would be completely squeezed out. For example, Tai Chop was only a low-rank demonic yellow martial skill. Its potential could at most be connected to perfection, and then it would be comparable to a high-rank demonic yellow martial skill. It required even more diligent practice, innate aptitude, and comprehension to be able to do it. And Yi Hao only needed to look at a martial skill and be able to grasp it in a second. How could it not be heaven-defying? If those geniuses knew that Yi Hao learned martial skills so easily, they would probably have the heart to kill Yi Hao. Ding dong, Tai Chop proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low rank demonic yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery. Proficiency 8-10 inch ding dong, Tai Chop proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low rank demonic yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery. Proficiency 9-10 inch ding dong, Tai Chop proficiency +1. Proficiency level upgraded to proficiency. Proficiency 0, 100 inch. Seeing that the proficiency level of the martial skill had increased, Yi Hao was secretly delighted. At this moment, Tai Chop's proficiency level had reached proficiency. Its power was comparable to a middle-rank demonic yellow martial skill. If Tai Chop's proficiency level reached perfection, it would be comparable to a high-rank demonic yellow martial skill. Of course, if the martial skill was mastered to the point of perfection, the potential of this martial skill would be completely squeezed out. For example, Tai Chop was only a low-rank demonic yellow martial skill. Chapter 673. What shocked them the most was that they could tell at a glance that Yi Hao only had simple control over Tai Zhon. Such a young genius had reached the 8th rank demon general and was also a beast tamer. Yet, he was only using a low-level demon yellow martial skill and his proficiency level was so low. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't combine these things into a single person. He must be a cultivation maniac. He didn't pay attention to martial skill cultivation in the past and just came out to gain experience. The white dragon analyzed in his heart. The white dragon's eyes suddenly shook because he clearly saw that Yi Hao's Taijuan's power was definitely at the level of simple mastery, but now it had become proficient. A genius, an absolute genius. The white dragon looked at Yi Hao in shock. Thinking back to himself, compared to Yi Hao, it was really infuriating. It was simply too ashamed to show his face. This was because the fastest record for him to cultivate a martial skill from simple mastery to proficiency took more than half a month. But Yi Hao had only cultivated a martial skill from simple mastery to proficiency in such a short period of time. After Yi Hao cultivated Taijuan to proficiency, he discovered that to raise it to perfection, he needed 100 proficiency points. As for the Wang family disciples, there weren't that many left, so he chose to cultivate first. Ding dong, first/proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low-level demon yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery, proficiency 1/10. Ding dong, first/proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low-level demon yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery, proficiency 2/10. Ding dong, first/proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low-level demon yellow. Proficiency level, simple mastery, proficiency 3/10. Low-level demon yellow cultivation technique. The white dragon looked at Yi Hao's first slash and couldn't help but feel envious. One had to know that the Bai family's best cultivation technique was only a middle-level demon yellow cultivation technique. It was a level lower than the Wang family's, so they had always been suppressed by the Wang family. However, seeing Yi Hao use first slash, the white dragon nodded because this was in line with Yi Hao's identity. However, it could be seen that the proficiency level of this slash was just simple control. This further proved the white dragon's thoughts. Before this, Yi Hao had only focused on cultivation and had neglected the cultivation of martial arts. Ding dong, 1 blade proficiency +1. Martial skill rank, low rank mysterious devil. Proficiency level upgrade, proficiency 0-100. Phew, I've finally leveled up. Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Xiao Chen's first saber technique had been upgraded to proficient, it was already comparable to a medial grade profound demon martial technique. At the very least, this reduced the awkwardness of having a weaker martial technique. Let me try out the power of my upgraded saber. Yi Hao glanced at the battlefield and attacked a group of Wang family disciples. 1 slash. Boom. As Yi Hao's blade slashed out, the 3 or 4 Wang family disciples were instantly sliced in half at the waist. So strong. Yi Hao's eyes shone with joy. One had to know that he hadn't used his full strength just now. Instead, he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of a demon guard to fight against those disciples. Even so, he had still been able to easily kill 4 cultivators of the same level. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at the power of his saber. Moreover, after leveling up, the power of his saber was clearly much stronger than before. Yi Hao was now looking forward to an even higher level of martial arts. At this moment, the white dragon and Uncle Bai were completely stunned. Uncle Bai, you only started cultivating the middle-rank mysterious devil martial skill when you were a demon general. How long did it take you to go from simple to proficient? The white dragon looked at Uncle Bai and asked. 3 months. Uncle Bai swallowed his saliva and said with a bitter smile. Hearing Uncle Bai's words, the white dragon didn't think that Uncle Bai's cultivation talent was bad. Because with Uncle Bai's speed, it was already fast enough. One had to know that he had used it for 5 months. But Yi Hao was good. How long had it been? In the blink of an eye, he had gone from simple to proficient. What kind of talent was this? Monster. Uncle Bai and the white dragon thought at the same time. The white dragon thought about how he had looked down on Yi Hao before. How laughable was that? He couldn't even compare to Yi Hao's fingers, yet he had dared to look down on him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for helping the Bai family survive the crisis mission. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift pack. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The host is now a level 10 demon guard. The mission was actually completed. Yi Hao looked around and realized that other than the Bai family disciples, the Wang family disciples had all been killed. Thank you, young Master Yi Hao, for your help. The White Dragon will remember your kindness. Seeing that the Bai family had won a great victory, the White Dragon felt like he was dreaming. But he knew that the biggest credit for this victory came from Yi Hao. So the White Dragon immediately rushed to Yi Hao and thanked Yi Hao gratefully. Yi Hao glanced at the White Dragon, but his expression didn't change. I helped Bai Yuna with this matter. If you want to thank someone, thank your daughter. Hearing Yi Hao's emotionless voice, the White Dragon knew that Yi Hao was still brooding over his previous disrespect. The White Dragon smiled awkwardly. No matter what, I have to thank Yi Hao for this matter. Today, I will hold a banquet and invite young Master Yi Hao. I hope that young Master Yi Hao will agree. Yi Hao was just about to refuse when the system's notification sounded. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining a mission. As an emperor, you must be king in all realms. Host, please take your first step in the ancient demon domain and obtain a city. Recruit 1,000 subordinates with a loyalty of 80 point. Failure of the mission will reduce your level by 3. Success of the mission will increase your level by 3. You will obtain a chance to summon a general. This is the rhythm of wanting me to dominate the ancient demon's territory. Yi Hao frowned. Originally, he had only come to this demon territory to find a way to remove the earth fiend Black Qi from Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others. He also wanted to find Zimo and bring her back to the Myriad Kingdom continent. This was his goal. Accept or not, Yi Hao was actually a little hesitant. Host, don't forget what your mission is. Just as Yi Hao was hesitating, the system's voice suddenly took the initiative to sound. My mission. Yi Hao's body trembled. The reason he was chosen by the system was because there was a problem with the Chaos Realm core, which was about to lead to the destruction of the Chaos Realm. And he had come to this world to conquer it. In the end, he would combine the Chaos Realm with this world so that the bloodline of the Chaos Realm could be extended. And because he had too many restraints on the Myriad Kingdom continent, he had almost forgotten this goal. The passion of his struggle and the goal of fighting for hegemony had almost been obliterated. Host, the current Myriad Kingdom continent is just a drop in the ocean of this universe. It is ranked at the bottom, the lowest level world. And the strength of the host is only that of an ant. It is not at all on the big stage. Chapter 674. Moreover, the Myriad Kingdom continent is not completely sealed off. It will also face attacks from other worlds. If an ancient demon realm level force attacks the Myriad Kingdom continent, host, how confident are you in protecting the Myriad Kingdom continent, your loved ones, your women, your subjects, and your people? Can I protect the Myriad Kingdom continent? Hearing the system's words, Yi Hao began to ask himself. The answer was of course no. Not to mention anything else, as long as there were dozens of peak demon generals attacking the Myriad Kingdom continent, the Myriad Kingdom continent would be destroyed and he would have no ability to resist. Moreover, above the demon generals, there was the existence of demon kings. After all, in this world, as long as one was a cultivator, they were stronger than the martial gods of the Myriad Kingdom continent. The experts of the Myriad Kingdom continent were not even ants in front of the ancient demon realm. Therefore, if the Myriad Kingdom continent was attacked by the ancient demon realm, the Myriad Kingdom continent would not even have a chance to resist. And it wasn't impossible. After all, if he could enter the ancient demon realm from the Myriad Kingdom continent, it was possible that someone from the ancient demon realm could enter the Myriad Kingdom continent. For example, King Kong was the best example. Could it be that Yi Hao was willing to see that day come and he would not have the ability to resist? Could it be that he was willing to see the lives of his people and loved ones being destroyed? No, he was not willing. When that kind of scene appeared in his mind, where his loved ones were killed or the blood of the Myriad Kingdom continent flowed like a river, Yi Hao felt that his life was worse than death. Therefore, whether it was for the Chaos Realm, for himself, or to protect his loved ones, people, and women, he had to become stronger. His footsteps to become stronger could only move forward and absolutely not stop. In front of him, there was no strongest, only stronger. Only when he stood at the peak of this universe would he have the chance to rest. Otherwise, his footsteps would never stop. Because the current him was still too weak. In the ancient demon realm, he was still an ant. Moreover, the ancient demon realm was so big. If he wanted to find Zemo, it would not be easy to rely on himself. If he became the emperor of this world, it would be a different story. I accept. Yi Hao did not hesitate to accept the system's mission. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the mission has been successfully accepted. Yi Hao felt that he had heard wrongly. This time, the system's voice was not as cold as before. Instead, there was a hint of joy in it. Young Master Yi Hao? Master Yi Hao? What's wrong with you? The white dragon didn't understand why Yi Hao was suddenly in a daze. Did he say something wrong again? Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Bai. I'll definitely attend the banquet tonight. Yi Hao cupped his hands at the white dragon. Since the system wanted him to conquer a city, the castle of the kings was the best choice. This was because he knew nothing about the other cities. Moreover, the most powerful family in the castle of the kings had already been dealt with by him. The only family left was the Bai family. If the Bai family was easy to talk to, then he could let the Bai family continue to stay in the castle of the kings. If they were not easy to talk to, then he could only help to drive the Bai family out of the castle of the kings. Yi Hao didn't feel guilty at all. This was because he didn't have a good impression of the Bai family. The only good impression he had was Bai Yun. Moreover, he had already saved the Bai family. If it weren't for him, the Bai family would have been destroyed by the Wang family. Actually, at this moment, the Bai family's fate was still in the hands of the Bai family. He was just an executor. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Yi Hao glanced at the white dragon. Thank you, young Master Yi Hao, for giving me this honor. The white dragon was delighted when he saw that Yi Hao had agreed. If he could ride on Yi Hao's coattails, then his Bai family's future would be bright. Moreover, from the looks of it, his daughter and Yi Hao had a relationship. If this relationship continued to develop, then it would be even better. This man is not someone to be trifled with. Uncle Bai couldn't help but take a second look at Yi Hao. This was because he noticed that Yi Hao's aura had changed again after being in a daze for a while. It was as if he had been elevated to a higher level. I hope he doesn't have any ill intentions. Uncle Bai prayed in his heart. He was really afraid that Yi Hao had come to the castle of the kings for some unspeakable secret. If that was the case, then no one in the entire castle of the kings would be able to stop Yi Hao. However, based on his intuition, Yi Hao shouldn't be a bad person. Master Bai, since it's a banquet, let's invite all the important people in the castle of the kings. Yi Hao didn't forget to remind the white dragon. Since they were going to play, then they had to make it big. Tonight was their chance to conquer the castle of the kings. The white dragon was stunned. He didn't understand why Yi Hao wanted to invite all the important people to the banquet. However, even if Yi Hao didn't say so, he would have done so. After all, this banquet was a big event. It was to tell everyone in the castle of the kings that the castle of the kings was completely gone. The Bai family was the true owner of the castle of the kings. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Uncle Bai raised an eyebrow and looked deeply at Yi Hao. However, he didn't say anything. Everyone of the Bai family, listen up. The white dragon suddenly shouted. Yes. The Bai family members were now in high spirits and shouted energetically. Follow me and eliminate the remaining members of the Wang family in one fell swoop. The white dragon drew his sword. An undue delay meant trouble. Yes. At this moment, the Bai family members were filled with fighting spirit and shouted excitedly. Today, they could finally hold their heads high. The Wang family that had been suppressing them had finally been eliminated. How could they not be happy? Many of the Bai family members looked at Yi Hao with grateful and admiring eyes. Obviously, Yi Hao had become a hero in everyone's hearts. After all, if it weren't for Yi Hao, they wouldn't have been able to win. Now, the Wang family were the ones who were happy. On the other hand, they would have either died in battle or become slaves of the Wang family. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yi Hao didn't follow them. Because at this moment, the Wang family had obviously become stray dogs. All of their fighting strength had been wiped out. Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to deal with the remaining defeated soldiers. He believed that the Bai family would be enough. If the Bai family couldn't even deal with this, then they were really useless. Yi Hao, thank you so much. At this moment, Bai Yun-er was still crying. Obviously, she was still sad about Uncle Zhong's death. Seeing Bai Yun-er crying, Yi Hao's heart ached. After all, it was impossible for a man to be indifferent when he saw a beautiful woman crying in front of him. However, Yi Hao didn't say much because he had to conquer the castle of the kings tonight. Perhaps the Bai family members who treated him as a benefactor now would treat him as an enemy when the time came. Perhaps even Bai Yun-er would hate him when the time came. Therefore, if that was the case, he might as well keep his distance. Chapter 675. Yi Hao looked at Bai Yun-er's eyes, which were filled with worry. After thinking for a moment, Yi Hao asked, "What would you do if I wanted to subdue the castle of the kings?" "You want to subdue the castle of the kings?" Bai Yun-er was shocked. However, Bai Yun-er knew that this was no small matter, so she lowered her voice. Bai Yun-er saw Yi Hao's serious expression and asked worriedly, "Can you not touch the Bai family?" Bai Yun-er didn't know what to do at this moment. She didn't expect that Yi Hao would want to subdue the castle of the kings. If it was in the past, she might not have taken it seriously. After all, the Wang family was backing them up. If the Bai family helped Yi Hao destroy the Wang family and subdue the castle of the kings, it would be beneficial for both sides. However, the Wang family was destroyed. But now that the Wang family had been destroyed, if nothing unexpected happened, the Bai family would become the king of Royal General City. Once a person made a name for himself, he would become ambitious. She was really afraid that the Bai family wouldn't agree to Yi Hao's request. If Yi Hao dealt with the Bai family, no one would be able to stop him. As long as they don't stop me, I won't touch the Bai family. Otherwise, Yi Hao didn't continue. He believed that Bai Yun-er would understand. "Do you want to make a move tonight?" Bai Yun-er guessed. She recalled that Yi Hao had asked the White Dragon to invite all the influential people in the castle of the kings. Yi Hao nodded and didn't try to hide it. This was also a chance for the Bai family. He asked Bai Yun-er to inform the White Dragon. As for the White Dragon's choice, that would depend on the White Dragon's own choice. To flee, to fight, or to submit to him, it all depended on the Bai clan. If the Bai clan chose to fight, he would not show any mercy. Yi Hao glanced at Bai Yun-er, then turned and left because he had to prepare for the evening. "Yi Hao." Bai Yun-er wanted to call out to Yi Hao as she watched him leave, but she didn't know what to say. She could only stand there. Yi Hao was walking down the street when a young man's arrogant voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, get out of my way. Get out of my way, you lowly commoners." When Yi Hao heard the young man's arrogant voice, he looked up with dissatisfaction. He wanted to see who else dared to be so arrogant in the castle of the kings after the Wang family was annihilated. He saw a youth in white riding a 9th-level demon general tiger, galloping on the street. It was rampaging and unbridled. He didn't care about the lives of the passers-by. Many people were killed. Rank 9 demon general Black Sky Tiger. Who is that? Many people looked at the Black Sky Tiger and felt the terrifying aura it was emitting. The passers-by were angry but didn't dare to say anything. "Wa tilde help." At this moment, a baby's cry was heard. Yi Hao looked over and saw a woman carrying a child. She was pushed to the ground by the panicked crowd. She had just gotten up, but the Black Sky Tiger was only a step away from her. Yi Hao thought that the owner of the Black Sky Tiger would ask the Black Sky Tiger to stop. But the young man on the Black Sky Tiger laughed excitedly. "Ha ha, Tiger Lord, kill her." Courting death. Seeing this, Yi Hao couldn't tolerate it. "One blade." Yi Hao used the one-blade martial technique. Gale steps. Yi Hao increased his speed and rushed towards the tiger. Although the Black Sky Tiger was a rank 9 demon general, its strength was stronger than ordinary people. But Yi Hao wasn't bad either. At this moment, Yi Hao's strength had reached the rank 10 demon guard. With his cultivation, Yi Hao could even fight against a rank 1 demon king, let alone a rank 9 demon general Black Sky Tiger. Ah! Is this person crazy? A rank 10 demon guard against a Black Sky Tiger. His brain must be damaged. But why does this figure look so familiar to me? At this moment, the panicked passers-by saw Yi Hao's actions and looked at Yi Hao in shock. But there were also people who had stopped at the Bai clan's entrance for a while, so they found Yi Hao's clothes familiar. Chimph, courting death. Seeing Yi Hao, the young man on the Black Sky Tiger's back sneered in disdain. Because he could see that Yi Hao's cultivation was only a rank 10 demon guard trash. This kind of trash was not enough to fill the gaps between the Black Sky Tiger's teeth. He could already see the scene of Yi Hao being torn apart by the Black Sky Tiger. The Black Sky Tiger also rushed towards Yi Hao with a disdainful expression. Obviously, it didn't put Yi Hao in its eyes and wanted to use its body to kill Yi Hao. It wanted to let this overconfident ant know that the Black Sky Tiger was not to be trifled with. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. The large blade in Yi Hao's hand chopped towards the Black Sky Tiger's head. The saber in Yi Hao's hand carried a power that made people tremble in fear. The young man on the Black Sky Tiger reacted the fastest. With a roll, he jumped off the Black Sky Tiger's back. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the Black Sky Tiger was actually split in half. The Black Sky Tiger didn't even let out a scream. Obviously, it didn't expect the ant in front of it to be so strong. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing the Black Sky Tiger. The reward is 900 experience points. Good. Seeing this scene, all the onlookers let out a loud cheer. Seeing the Black Sky Tiger die, those who were angry and those who were injured felt that they had vented their anger. I recognize him. He is the expert who killed the Wang family head. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at Yi Hao and shouted excitedly. I knew it. Who else in the Castle of the Kings could be so strong to kill the Black Sky Tiger in one hit? So it was him. Although Yi Hao had only killed the Wang family head for a short while, almost everyone in the Castle of the Kings knew about it. So everyone had an enlightened expression. At the same time, many people looked at Yi Hao with eyes full of worship. This was worship for the strong. Are you all right? Yi Hao walked to the side and helped the woman whose legs had turned to jelly from fear. At this moment, the woman was still hugging the child in her arms tightly. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at the strength of a mother. No matter where she was, the first thing she would want to protect was her child. Thank you benefactor. The woman felt like she had been reborn from death. Her face was filled with tears of joy as she thanked Yi Hao. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill my Black Sky Tiger? Do you know who I am? The young man climbed up from the ground with a face full of dirt. After seeing his mount die, the young man glared at Yi Hao angrily. Yi Hao shook his head. It seemed like another rich playboy. Yi Hao ignored him and turned to leave. Looking at the young man's clothes, Yi Hao could tell that he was a disciple of some sect. Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to find trouble with him. Dog, how dare you provoke me? Watch how I play you to death. Seeing that Yi Hao had left, the young man didn't chase after him. Chapter 676. Ding dong, do you want to open the gift pack? Open. Yi Hao found a random restaurant and sat in a private room as he spoke to the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening the gift pack. You have received Demon General Healing Elixir, 10. Not bad. Yi Hao was slightly disappointed with the items in the gift pack. But fortunately, the healing elixir was what he needed at the moment. Open it again. Yi Hao continued to speak to the system. Previously, he had received 2 gift packs, so this time, Yi Hao wanted to use them all at once. Give me something useful. Yi Hao was looking forward to it. After all, he had to suppress everyone in the castle of the kings tonight, so he needed to have sufficient strength. But it was obviously not enough to rely on himself. After all, no matter how strong he was, he could not be a match for the entire castle of the kings. And his mission was to subdue the castle of the kings, not to slaughter the castle of the kings. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 Demon General Level 1 warriors. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao was delighted. This was a total of 100 Demon General Level 1 warriors. In the entire castle of the kings, there were less than 100 Demon General Level 1 cultivators. So with these 100 Demon General Level 1 warriors, it was enough for him to subdue the castle of the kings. At night, after a day of bloodshed, the castle of the kings still had the stench of blood. But at this moment, the castle of the kings was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Everyone with some status was rushing towards the Bai family. But everyone who was heading towards the Bai family did not know what they were thinking. But everyone knew that the castle of the kings had completely changed. The era of the Wang family's dominance had completely ended. At this moment, the castle of the kings would become the Bai family's world. The weaker people were thinking of ways to curry favor with the Bai family or to protect themselves. Because based on their many years of experience, the conflict in the castle of the kings would not end like this. Those forces that were previously suppressed by the Wang family would definitely jump out at this moment, wanting to get a share of the loot from the Bai family. This was because even though the Bai family had destroyed the Wang family, in the eyes of the other powers, the Wang family was nothing. The Bai clan, who had exterminated the Wang clan, must not be feeling too good right now. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fishermen benefit. In the past, with the Wang clan suppressing them, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. But now that the Wang clan had no one, and the Bai clan had probably suffered heavy casualties internally, how could they let go of this opportunity? Many families with some strength had already begun to form an alliance to fight against the Bai family. Congratulations, Patriarch Bai. Congratulations to the Bai clan. We'll have to rely on the Bai clan to survive. Patriarch Ju, what are you saying? You're being too polite. Who would have thought that Patriarch Bai would actually help us get rid of such a huge scourge? Patriarch Bai, you really have hidden your strength well. The Wang clan has committed all sorts of atrocities. Even if our Bai clan doesn't make a move, I believe that someone else will. At this moment, the White Dragon was standing at the entrance of the White Dragon residence to welcome everyone. From time to time, he would greet everyone politely, but from time to time, he would glance around. On the other hand, Bai Yun-er was standing at the side, looking around anxiously. Young master, it's almost time. We should set off. When Yi Hao heard the King Kong at the door, he immediately opened the door. Let's go. Young master, aren't we going to the Bai clan? The King Kong followed Yi Hao for a while and realized that the route seemed a little off. Let's go to the Cloudpill Pavilion to borrow something first. Yi Hao chuckled. Borrow something? Will they lend it to us? The King Kong was obviously taken aback. He recalled how he was looked down upon when he went to the Cloudpill Pavilion during the day. After that, he was chased out. He was filled with anger. When Yi Hao and the King Kong arrived at the Cloudpill Pavilion, the door was already closed. Young master, the door is already closed. What should we do? The King Kong looked at the Cloudpill Pavilion gloomily. Knock on the door. Yi Hao said softly. Knock on the door. The King Kong was taken aback, but he still walked to the door of the Cloudpill Pavilion and knocked. Who is it? Are you looking for death? Don't you know that the door is already closed? Come back tomorrow. Inside the Cloudpill Pavilion, impatient curses were immediately heard when the King Kong knocked on the door. After the cursing ended, the Cloudpill Pavilion had no intention of opening the door. Continue. Yi Hao continued to say to the King Kong when he saw that the door wasn't open. When the King Kong heard Yi Hao's instructions, he had no choice but to continue knocking on the door. You're not done yet, are you? At this moment, the door of the Cloudpill Pavilion suddenly opened. The guard who looked down on Yi Hao during the day walked out while cursing. It's you, you stinky beggar. What are you doing here again? Do you believe that I won't kill you? The guard immediately scolded when he recognized the King Kong. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly released the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King leaped and threw the guard to the ground. Gulp! Seeing the Green Wolf King lying on top of him, the guard swallowed his saliva and an unknown liquid flowed out of his lower body. Please spare my life. Let's talk nicely. I was blind to not recognize you. The guard had no doubt that the Green Wolf King would bite his throat if Yi Hao gave the order. He had finally joined the Cloud Pill sect after much difficulty and became an external disciple. After being assigned to this place, he had gotten an easy job. Although he was only a guard, the Cloud Pill sect had a reputation and no one dared to cause trouble for them. Therefore, he could be considered free and unfettered in the Cloud Pill Pavilion. Therefore, he didn't want to die just like that after enduring such good days. Do you still dare to look down on me? Yi Hao asked coldly as he walked to the guard's side. I don't dare anymore. I won't dare even if you beat me to death, the guard said with a long face. Let me ask you. Is your Cloud Pill Pavilion the biggest elixir shop in the Castle of the Kings? Of course. The Cloud Pill Pavilion is a shop directly under the Cloud Pill sect. In the Castle of the Kings, no elixir shop dares to go against the Cloud Pill Pavilion. When the guard mentioned the Cloud Pill sect, his tone was full of pride. At the same time, he tried to use the name of the Cloud Pill sect to scare Yi Hao. However, to his disappointment, Yi Hao did not show any signs of fear. This was because Yi Hao had never heard of the Cloud Pill sect. What was there to be afraid of? Then let me ask you. Have you heard of the Earth Terminus black gas? Yi Hao asked the guard with hope in his heart. Earth Terminus black gas. The guard was stunned, but he quickly turned around and said, I have heard of it. Why are you asking about it? The Cloud Pill Pavilion does not have the Earth Terminus black gas cultivation technique. That is the Earth Terminus sect's cultivation technique. The guard had indeed heard of the Earth Terminus black gas because it was the famous martial technique of the Earth Terminus sect. Earth Terminus sect. Yi Hao muttered and memorized the name. Then does your Cloud Pill Pavilion have the elixir to remove the Earth Terminus black gas? Chapter 677. Then you can sleep for a while. Yi Hao slapped the guard's neck and the guard instantly fainted. Although the guard was arrogant and looked down on others, he didn't deserve to die. Furthermore, he answered his questions seriously, so Yi Hao spared his life. Although Yi Hao was a little disappointed, at least he knew some clues about the Earth Fiend black gas. Therefore, once he was done with the Castle of the Kings, he would first go to the Cloud Pill sect. If he still couldn't find the antidote, he could only go to the Earth Fiend sect. King Kong, does your Earth Fiend black gas cultivation technique come from the Earth Fiend sect? Yi Hao was a little worried and asked the King Kong to confirm. I don't know. I found this cultivation technique on a dead person, but it was just a fragment. However, that person's clothes did have the words Earth Fiend written on it. The King Kong said a little embarrassedly. After all, his most powerful cultivation technique was found on a dead person. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't very glorious. Yi Hao nodded. He was 80% sure that the Earth Fiend black gas came from the Earth Fiend sect. Stand guard outside the door. Yi Hao scanned the entire Cloud Pill house. There were many elixirs in the Cloud Pill house, but strangely, there was only one alchemy cauldron. However, these elixirs couldn't be wasted. Yi Hao waved his sleeve and put all the elixir bottles into the system space. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Demon Guard healing elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Demon Guard healing elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Demon General healing elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Demon Guard strengthening elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Demon Guard strengthening elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Demon General healing elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 demon guard strengthening elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 demon guard strengthening elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 demon general healing elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 demon guard aptitude elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 demon guard aptitude elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 demon general aptitude elixirs. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining 100 demon guard marrow cleansing pills. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining 100 demon guard marrow cleansing pills. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining 10 devil general marrow cleansing pills. I've struck it rich. Yi Hao kept the pill in the system. When he heard the system notification in his mind, he instantly felt as if his little heart was about to jump out of his chest. The harvest this time was simply huge. Yi Hao didn't miss a single corner. He took one last look at the dusty alchemy cauldron and put it away without hesitation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pill furnace, a demon guard grade spiritual artifact. Yi Hao guessed that the medicinal pills inside this cloud pill pavilion were likely all directly supplied by the cloud pill sect. Otherwise, this alchemy furnace would not be of such a low grade. It was obviously placed here for show. But no matter what, the furnace was still a high-grade spiritual weapon of the demon guard. He could still use it. After all, his alchemy skills were still stuck at the level of a saint alchemist in the Myriad Kingdom continent. However, when Yi Hao arrived, the strange thing was that the Deacon Zhong he saw during the day didn't seem to be in the store. Strange. Could it be that there aren't any spiritual herbs used for alchemy here? Yi Hao looked at the empty hall that he had swept away and felt somewhat puzzled. One had to know that he had clearly seen someone bring in herbs to sell during the day. So, it was impossible for there not to be any herbs at all. Moreover, these spiritual grasses would be of great use to him. After all, if he wanted to raise his alchemist level, he had to have spiritual herbs to refine. Yi Hao was unwilling to give up and searched for half a day. However, he almost turned the entire Cloud Pill Pavilion upside down and still couldn't find any spiritual herbs. Yi Hao had no choice but to give up. As for the guard, he was still unconscious. Yi Hao ignored him and directly brought King Kong to the Bai family. Yi Hao, you're finally here. When Bai Yuner saw Yi Hao, she immediately ran over excitedly. Yi Hao, my father has agreed to seek refuge with you. Bai Yuner quickly told Yi Hao the good news. Is that so? Yi Hao asked teasingly. If he hadn't been vigilant, he might have really been deceived. Just now, he had sensed that there were fluctuations of energy in many courtyards around the Bai family's courtyard. Therefore, he quietly sneaked over and found that the courtyards were full of people. These people were all holding weapons in their hands. At one glance, it was obvious that someone had deliberately set them up. Yi Hao didn't believe that so many people were holding weapons just to chat here. In order not to alert the enemy, Yi Hao secretly retreated. Bai Yuner didn't notice the teasing look in Yi Hao's eyes at all. She said happily, of course. If you dared to leave, I went to look for my father. My father agreed without a second word. Yi Hao looked at Bai Yuner's expression and guessed that she didn't seem to be deceiving him. It seems that either I misunderstood or the white dragon deceived Bai Yuner. However, Yi Hao wasn't afraid at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. Then let's go in. Yi Hao said gently to Bai Yuner. Millimeter, millimeter. Bai Yuner immediately exhaled when she heard Yi Hao's gentle tone. She smiled happily. She was really afraid that Yi Hao didn't believe her. At this moment, nearly 100 influential people were already seated in the Bai family's courtyard. However, at that moment, everyone had impatient looks on their faces. Why hasn't Patriarch Bai started yet? We've been waiting for so long. Who are we waiting for? Who is so powerful that they actually made us wait for so long? Hearing the clamor below, the white dragon smiled apologetically and said, Everyone, please be patient. Wait a little longer. This person is the benefactor of our Bai family. In fact, the white dragon was also puzzled. Where had Yi Hao run off to? He had sent people to search for Yi Hao for a long time, but they still hadn't found him. He had sent people to the restaurant where Yi Hao stayed, but the news he received was that Yi Hao had already left. Mph, what an imposing manner. At this moment, a person sitting at the very front said with a sneer. That's right. He actually dared to make Deacon Zhong wait for so long. Does he even have any respect for Deacon Zhong? Even if the patriarch of the Wang family was still alive, he still had to give Deacon Zhong face. This person really doesn't know what's good for him. Patriarch Bai, hurry up and start. Don't tell me that you don't even give Deacon Zhong face and still want to make Deacon Zhong continue to wait. Because Deacon Zhong was a member of the Cloudpill sect and a deacon, the Cloudpill pavilion in the Castle of the Kings was completely under the control of Deacon Zhong. Therefore, whether it was because they were afraid of the Cloudpill sect or because they wanted to buy the elixirs, everyone had to give Deacon Zhong face. Most importantly, Deacon Zhong himself was very powerful. He was a level 9 demon general. Therefore, most people were trying to curry favor with Deacon Zhong. Chapter 678. White Dragon's face turned livid when he heard the crowd's provocation. However, he really didn't dare to offend Deacon Zhong. After all, Deacon Zhong's backer was the Yundan sect. If the Yundan sect made a move, not to mention the small Wang family, even the entire Castle of the Kings would be destroyed. White Dragon couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have invited Deacon Zhong. Then, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. White Dragon glanced at the crowd unhappily. Everyone didn't dare to look him in the eye, but they were all secretly laughing. In fact, what White Dragon didn't know was that Deacon Zhong had a reason to pick a fight with them. Long before he came to the Bai family, Deacon Zhong had been bribed by other families to make trouble for the Bai family. After Deacon Zhong was bribed, he naturally got involved in this mess. After all, he believed that with his status, no one in the Castle of the Kings would dare to provoke him. Therefore, he would help whoever gave him the most benefits. On the other hand, no matter who the Castle of the Kings ended up in, as long as he got enough benefits, it was fine. No matter what, he was the target of two people trying to curry favor with him. Therefore, Deacon Zhong attacked the Bai family as soon as he arrived. If the Bai family was sensible, he didn't mind helping them. If they were not sensible, then it wasn't suitable for them to stay in the Castle of the Kings. Just as White Dragon was in a dilemma, Bai Yuna held Yi Hao's hand and shouted happily, "Dad, Yi Hao is here." The more beautiful the daughter of the Bai family is, the more beautiful she is. This is Bai Yun. She's really beautiful. But who is the young man beside Bai Yun? Everyone looked at Bai Yun, and many of them had a perverted look in their eyes. However, Deacon Zhong's eyes were the most lustful. Deacon Zhong stared fixedly at Bai Yuna with undisguised greed in his eyes. Beautiful, simply too beautiful. Deacon Zhong stared at Bai Yuna and said while swallowing his saliva. In the past, he had only heard that the young lady of the Bai family, Bai Yuna, was a great beauty. However, he did not expect Bai Yuna to be so beautiful. He felt a rush of excitement as he looked at her. He had an urge to get his hands on Bai Yuna immediately. But Deacon Zhong immediately looked at Yi Hao unhappily because Yi Hao was too close to Bai Yuna. "It's you, a beggar. What right do you have to be here?" When Deacon Zhong saw Yi Hao's face, he immediately laughed. Wasn't this the beggar that he had chased out of Yundan Pavilion earlier in the day? Deacon Zhong looked down on Yi Hao even more. He was just a beggar. What right did he have to compete with him for a woman? Where did this stinky beggar come from? Hurry up and leave. Don't ruin Deacon Zhong's mood. How dare a mere child like you appear in this kind of situation? Do you have any manners? Boy, get out of here before Deacon Zhong gets angry. When everyone heard Deacon Zhong's words, they understood that Yi Hao might have a grudge against Deacon Zhong. Looking at Yi Hao's attire and Yi Hao's cultivation level, everyone looked down on Yi Hao. They all tried to curry favor with Deacon Jong and spoke up for Deacon Jong. Patriarch Bai, this kind of person is not suitable to appear in this kind of situation. Please send someone to chase him out, Deacon Jong said to the White Dragon. He believed that with his status, the White Dragon would definitely give him face. When the time came, he would promise the Bai Dragon some benefits, give the White Dragon more elixirs, and help the White Dragon conquer the castle of the kings. He believed that when the time came, the White Dragon would definitely be grateful and send Bai Yuna to him. Everyone looked at Yi Hao mockingly. They wanted to see how Yi Hao would be chased out of the Bai family like a stray dog by the White Dragon. But to everyone's surprise, the White Dragon cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Forgive me for not being able to comply." When they heard the White Dragon's words, everyone frowned. Deacon Jong's face turned ashen. Everyone found it hard to believe that all of them were no match for Yi Hao in front of the White Dragon. The White Dragon actually ignored all of them because of Yi Hao. Many people looked at Yi Hao in shock. They wanted to know who Yi Hao was and why he was so important to the White Dragon. And from the looks of it, the relationship between Bai Yuna and Yi Hao was not ordinary. Everyone stared at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao's cultivation was only at the 10th level of a demon guard. Although it was not bad in the castle of the kings, there was no need for the White Dragon to pay so much attention to him. And looking at Yi Hao's clothes, although the style was not bad, they could tell at a glance that the material was too poor. He did not look like a disciple of a large family or a large sect at all. "Young Master Yi Hao, please sit here." What happened next shocked everyone even more. The White Dragon actually gave the main seat to Yi Hao with a respectful expression. "This is pushing me into the teeth of the storm." Yi Hao looked at the White Dragon's actions and sneered in his heart. But since the White Dragon was planning to conquer the castle of the kings today, then he had even less to fear. And Yi Hao couldn't wait for a few more people to jump out and turn them into his experience points. Everyone looked at Yi Hao, wanting to know if Yi Hao dared to take the seat. Yi Hao strode forward and sat on the main seat without any hesitation. Yi Hao glanced at the crowd with disdain. He wanted to see how many reckless people would jump out and cause trouble. Bang! At this moment, Deacon Jong suddenly slammed the table, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "How dare you! That seat is not for you to sit on." Deacon Jong immediately stood up and said angrily. He was the dignified deacon of the Yundan sect and the person in charge of the Yundan pavilion in the castle of the kings, but he had never said that he would sit on the main seat. And someone he looked down on was actually sitting on the main seat. To him, this was a great humiliation. Yi Hao is the benefactor of the Bai family. This is the Bai family's territory. Why can't Yi Hao sit on the main seat? Bai Yuna said indignantly when she heard Deacon Jong's words. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. When they heard Bai Yuna's words, everyone turned their attention back to Yi Hao. Deacon Jong also asked, "What did you say?" "He is the benefactor of the Bai family." "Patriarch Bai, is this true or false?" Deacon Jong looked at the White Dragon. He hoped that the White Dragon would say no. However, the White Dragon nodded and didn't hide anything. "That's right. Young Master Yi is the benefactor of the Bai family. It was young Master Yi who destroyed the Wang family." Deacon Jong was shocked when he heard the White Dragon's affirmative answer. He glanced at Yi Hao warily. "What? How is this possible? The person who killed the patriarch of the Wang family is actually him. He is only a 10th order demon guard. How could he kill the patriarch of the Wang family? This is simply a joke. Patriarch Bai, this joke seems to be a little too much." The first thought that came to everyone's mind was disbelief. Although they had heard that a powerful person had helped the Bai family destroy the Wang family, they didn't know who the person was. They didn't know who that person was. Chapter 679. Mr. Yi, shall we start the banquet? Ignoring the crowd, the White Dragon asked respectfully to Yi Hao. "Yes." Yi Hao nodded. "Serve the food and wine," the White Dragon called out immediately. "Serve the food and wine, my ass." White Dragon, I don't care who he is today. You must drive him out today. Otherwise, you can think about the consequences. Deacon Jong flipped the table over. Deacon Jong, what do you mean by this? The white dragon frowned. Deacon Jong had provoked him time and time again. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that something was wrong. Are you questioning me? Deacon Jong's voice was cold as he revealed his realm. You. The white dragon's realm was lower than Deacon Jong's, so he couldn't help but be at a disadvantage in front of Deacon Jong's realm. Me. Yi Hao snorted coldly. The power in his body surged as he pounced on Deacon Jong. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Hao dared to make the first move, Deacon Jong sneered. He controlled his power and collided with Yi Hao's power. Puff. To everyone's surprise, the one who was injured was Deacon Jong. Deacon Jong was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Yi Hao was still sitting in his original position. His expression didn't change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. Everyone could tell at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. They really found it hard to believe that Yi Hao's strength was actually even stronger than Deacon Jong. Everyone looked at Yi Hao. The contempt in their eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Deacon Jong's eyes were also full of fear. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Hao to be stronger than him. At this moment, everyone stood up and stared at Yi Hao. They were afraid that Yi Hao would suddenly attack. He actually became stronger again. The white dragon, who was standing beside Yi Hao, raised an eyebrow. He could clearly sense that Yi Hao's aura was much stronger than before. How long had it been since they parted? It had only been a few hours, yet Yi Hao's strength had increased once again. Deacon Jong, are you all right? Everyone looked at Deacon Jong with concern. I'm fine. Deacon Jong waved his hand. At the same time, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Chimph, let's go. After taking the healing pill, Deacon Jong was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. He waved his sleeves and was about to leave. Everyone else also wanted to leave with Deacon Jong. Young Master Yi, this. The white dragon was a little anxious as he watched the crowd walk out the door. After all, everyone here was a reputable figure in the castle of the kings. If they left today, they would definitely become the Bai family's enemy tomorrow. Without my order, no one can leave. Yi Hao didn't even raise his head. He picked up the wine glass on the table and said confidently. Looking at the empty square, the white dragon didn't understand where Yi Hao's confidence came from. Master Bai, there are many people in the courtyards around the Bai family. Yi Hao suddenly smiled and looked at the white dragon. The white dragon was dumbfounded. People? Who? Are they not from the Bai family? Yi Hao looked at the white dragon and didn't seem to be lying. Did I misunderstand him? At this moment, the crowd that had left actually came back. Seeing the crowd come back, the white dragon felt that his brain wasn't working properly. These people had clearly left. Why did they come back? What do you mean by this? Deacon Jong stared at Yi Hao angrily. The rest of the crowd also stared at Yi Hao angrily, but more than that, they were afraid. I haven't finished speaking and you all want to leave. Isn't that too rude? Yi Hao said slowly as he scanned the crowd. If Yi Hao had said that just a moment ago, they would have disdained him. But at this moment, they had no choice but to listen to whatever Yi Hao said. Because just as they were about to leave the Bai family, they were suddenly blocked by a group of people. If they were ordinary people, they would have killed their way out. But this group of people wasn't ordinary. Each of them had the strength of a first-order demon general. Counting carefully, there were actually 100 first-order demon general powerhouses. One had to know that there were less than 100 of them. Most of them were still demon guards. Only less than 20 of them were demon generals. And the strongest was Deacon Jong. Although Deacon Jong was a 9th-order demon general, he wasn't invincible. With Deacon Jong's strength, he could at most deal with a dozen first-order demon generals. If there were 20 of them, he could only defend and not attack. If the number of first-order demon generals increased to 30, he could only escape. But this was 100 first-order demon generals. As long as half of them were taken out, he would have to give up his life here today. What kind of person is this kid? Deacon Zhong's mind raced as he guessed Yi Hao's identity. He could have looked down on Yi Hao, but now, his strength couldn't compare to Yi Hao's, and Yi Hao had a group of first-order demon generals. The only person who could contend with Yi Hao now was his identity as the Cloud Pill sect's deacon. No one dared to not give face to the Cloud Pill sect. What else do you want? Hurry up and say it. I have to go back to the Cloud Pill sect to deal with some matters. Deacon Zhong was full of confidence at the thought of the Cloud Pill sect and said impatiently, "The Cloud Pill sect." Yi Hao repeated the name of the Cloud Pill sect and nodded at the same time. Just when everyone thought that Yi Hao was intimidated by Deacon Zhong's identity, Yi Hao suddenly moved. Yi Hao's 10th Order Demon General cultivation was fully released. 1/. Yi Hao didn't hold back and directly used a martial arts technique. He was most annoyed when someone threatened him. Deacon Zhong had provoked him again and again. He had already crossed his bottom line. "Break!" Yi Hao shouted and directly slashed Deacon Zhong's arm. Deacon Zhong's arm was broken. At this moment, most people, including Deacon Zhong, were still in a daze. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost an arm so easily. No one had expected that Yi Hao would dare to attack Deacon Zhong when he mentioned the Cloud Pill sect. Did this mean that Yi Hao had never heard of the Cloud Pill sect, or that Yi Hao's background was so powerful that he could even ignore the Cloud Pill sect? "Ah! How dare you break my arm?" Deacon Zhong screamed crazily at this moment and stared at Yi Hao with bloodthirsty eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Hao would definitely die very miserably. "If you speak again, it won't be your arm that's broken," Yi Hao said coldly. It wasn't that Yi Hao was soft-hearted and didn't want to kill Deacon Zhong. After all, there were too many people here. If he really killed Deacon Zhong, the Cloud Pill sect would definitely avenge Deacon Zhong. At present, he was afraid that his strength was no match for the Cloud Pill sect. Therefore, Yi Hao spared Deacon Zhong's life. Chapter 680. Seeing that Deacon Zhong had shut up, Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the crowd and asked, "What else do you want to say?" Everyone looked at Yi Hao in fear. Even Deacon Zhong did not dare to speak at this moment. How would they dare to say anything else? "Since you don't have anything else to say, then sit down," Yi Hao suddenly shouted in a commanding tone. Everyone panicked. When they heard Yi Hao's tone, they all subconsciously sat back down in their seats. However, some people were secretly thinking about how to contact the ambushing troops outside the courtyard. If their ambushing troops suddenly attacked the Bai family, they believed that just these 100 First-Order Fiend generals were also not impossible to deal with. Because of the alliance of the dozens of families, they had gathered a total of more than 10,000 people. Although these people came from different families and were not very powerful. However, it was no surprise that if they gathered together, they would be a very strong force. Although Yi Hao's 100 first-stage demon generals were powerful, they could not fight against 100 of them. However, the miserable thing was that they could not contact the troops outside at this moment. At this moment, everyone was sitting restlessly in their seats, thinking about their own thoughts. Seeing this scene, White Dragon was very shocked. Only Yi Hao could intimidate these people in such a short time. If it were him, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. At most, they would be at odds on the surface and talk about the division of interests in the Castle of the Kings. As for the Bai family, they would do their best to take the majority of the benefits. However, at this moment, Yi Hao made it so that no one dared to leave. They all stayed there obediently. Thinking about it carefully, when the head of the Wang family was alive, he was just like this. However, the head of the Wang family definitely did not dare to cut off Deacon Zhong's arm, because the head of the Wang family could not wait to curry favor with Deacon Zhong. "Everyone, it seems that you are not in a good mood. Otherwise, why do you all look so sad?" Yi Hao looked at the crowd mockingly. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was shocked. They were afraid that Yi Hao would use this as a pretext to make a fuss. They immediately squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Young master, ye must be joking. How could we not be happy? That's right. Meeting young master Yi is our fortune of 3 lifetimes. We can't be happier. It seems that young master Yi must have misunderstood. We are really very happy. Ah. The Bai family was speechless when they heard what everyone said. However, they secretly admired Yi Hao. When the white dragon saw the expressions on everyone's faces, it felt like it had vented its anger. One had to know that when the head of the Wang clan was still alive, these small clans had kicked the Bai clan while they were down, but now that he had been forced into such a state by Yi Hao, he could finally vent his anger. Looking at the awkward smiles and reluctant expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Hao automatically ignored them and continued with a smile. Then I have one more thing here, something that can make you even happier. Do you want to hear it? Everyone's heart froze, and they all had a bad premonition. They believed that nothing good would come out of Yi Hao's mouth. But now, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Although they didn't want to listen to Yi Hao, they had no choice but to listen at this moment. Because they couldn't be sure that Yi Hao wouldn't suddenly become unhappy and use this as an excuse to attack them. They also didn't believe that their luck would be better than Deacon Zhong's and that they would only lose an arm. Young Master Yi, please speak. Everyone forced a smile and looked at Yi Hao. I want to unify the castle of the kings, Yi Hao said word by word. His tone was full of determination, proving that this matter couldn't be changed. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be so ambitious. He had just appeared in the castle of the kings and he wanted to unify the castle of the kings. Unifying the castle of the kings was equivalent to making all the clans submit to Yi Hao. Even the Wang clan couldn't do this back then. Because the Wang clan knew that if they did this, everyone would be disgusted. By then, all the clans would join forces. Although they couldn't defeat the Wang clan wouldn't have it easy either. And Yi Hao was unfamiliar with this place. Everyone didn't know him at all. Yet, he wanted everyone to submit to him the moment he appeared. This was simply a fool's dream. And even if they agreed, the Bai clan was now the most powerful clan in the castle of the kings. Would the Bai clan agree? Everyone rolled their eyes and immediately came up with a plan to push the blame to the Bai clan. Young Master Yi, the Bai clan is now the overlord of the castle of the kings. We will follow the Bai clan's lead. If the Bai clan unifies, we will agree. Everyone laughed in their hearts and smiled proudly. Chimph, I'll let you guys fight among yourselves. But before they could feel proud for a while, White Dragon suddenly took out the Bai clan head token. Everyone of the Bai clan, listen up. Yes, sir. Everyone from the Bai clan said solemnly. From now on, the Bai clan will follow young Master Yi's lead until death. If there is any disobedience, their cultivation will stagnate and their souls will be destroyed. White Dragon shouted loudly. We will follow young Master Yi's lead until death. If there is any disobedience, their cultivation will stagnate and their souls will be destroyed. Every one of the Bai clan who was present swore. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They didn't expect the Bai clan to play so big. Once this oath was made, the Bai clan would forever be Yi Hao's power. The Bai clan wouldn't have the chance to back out even if they wanted to. They didn't understand what Yi Hao had that made the White Dragon go all out. One had to know that if nothing went wrong, the Bai clan would be the most powerful clan in the castle of the kings. But at this moment, they were willing to submit to a young boy. Everyone didn't expect that the blame wouldn't be thrown properly. Instead, the White Dragon would show his loyalty in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao opened the inquiry system and saw that every one of the Bai clan, including the White Dragon, was very loyal to him. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. He originally thought that the White Dragon wouldn't agree and that there would be some trouble. Or at most, the White Dragon would be perfunctory. But looking at the loyalty, it was obvious that the entire Bai clan sincerely wanted to submit to him. Since all of you have done this, I won't let you down. Yi Hao decided in his heart that this would be the first power in the ancient demon's territory to submit to him. Thank you. Yi Hao took Bai Yuner's hand and said softly. He knew in his heart that most of the credit for the White Dragon being able to submit to him was probably due to Bai Yun-er. Bai Yun-er felt very shy when Yi Hao took her hand, but she didn't refuse. Seeing Yi Hao and Bai Yun-er's little actions, the White Dragon smiled in relief. The faces of the Bai clan members were also full of smiles. Chapter 681. What about you guys? Yi Hao asked directly without any hesitation after getting the Bai family's support. Everyone felt guilty, but they still smiled and said, "Of course we'll join young Master Yi." "Is that so? Then you guys should swear as well. To show your loyalty to me." Yi Hao's gaze locked onto the crowd as he spoke in a mocking manner. There's no need for that. Everyone smiled guiltily. "Since that's the case, all right then. Everyone, please leave." Yi Hao waved his hand and said, "Is that true?" When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they obviously didn't believe their ears. Even the White Dragon was a little shocked that Yi Hao would be so easy to talk to. "Since you guys aren't willing to join me, how can I force you?" Yi Hao spread his hands helplessly. "Since young Master Yi is so righteous, we'll take our leave first," everyone said to Yi Hao tentatively. They wanted to see if Yi Hao's attitude was real or fake. "That's a pity. Wouldn't the food and wine be wasted? Aren't you guys going to eat?" Yi Hao said regretfully, "Why don't I send someone to deliver it to your residences? Young Master Yi is too polite. There's no need for that." Everyone was confused. They didn't understand what Yi Hao was up to. Why did he suddenly become so polite? However, everyone still smiled and refused. "What? Are you guys not giving me face?" Yi Hao's face suddenly tensed up and he asked in a deep voice. When they heard Yi Hao's words, everyone's hearts tightened. They were afraid of angering Yi Hao, so they could only smile and say, "Then we'll have to trouble young Master Yi." "That's more like it. Since everyone has something to do, please leave first. When the food and wine are ready, I'll send someone to deliver it," Yi Hao said to everyone with a smile. Everyone was speechless. This Yi Hao was really fickle. However, they couldn't care less. As long as they could leave this place, that was their biggest wish. One by one, they nervously left the Bai family. Only when they saw that those demon generals and warriors didn't chase after them did they let out a sigh of relief. "Everyone, what should we do?" After leaving the Bai clan, many people gathered together and discussed in low voices. "Are we going to make a move against the Bai clan today?" One of them asked. "It's not appropriate to make a move today. We didn't expect that Xiao He to have over 100 first-order devil generals. If we make a move today, we won't be fully prepared. Even if we destroy the Bai family, we will suffer heavy casualties." Someone immediately stood out to stop him. "What should we do then?" Hearing the young man's analysis, the crowd felt that it made sense, so they continued asking. "Look at how unpredictable that guy is. Let's observe him for a while first. Besides, we don't have to do anything. You know, Deacon Zhong's arm isn't that easy to chop off." Seeing Yi Hao let everyone go, the White Dragon could only stand by anxiously, unable to do anything. After all, the Bai clan had already submitted to Yi Hao. Naturally, Yi Hao would be in charge of everything. "Why didn't you guys leave?" Yi Hao looked at the few remaining people after the crowd left. At this moment, there were still more than 10 people sitting in the Bai clan's courtyard. When they heard Yi Hao's words, they immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Young Master Yi, we are willing to submit to you." "Why?" Yi Hao didn't directly agree, but asked instead. "Because young Master Yi, you were able to kill the Wang clan's patriarch at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Following young Master Yi will definitely have a bright future. Moreover, the few of us have enmity with the Wang clan. Young Master Yi, this can be considered as taking revenge for us." One of the first-order martial general middle-aged men stood up and cupped his fists towards Yi Hao. "Are you sincerely submitting to me?" Yi Hao's tone was serious. "You should know that I hate people who betray me the most. If you dare to betray me, you should think about the consequences yourself. Young Master Yi, don't worry. We will be loyal and devoted to you. The dozen people immediately cupped their fists and knelt down. Haha, congratulations on making the right choice. Yi Hao glanced at them. Their loyalty wasn't bad, so he helped them up one by one. Young master, what do you mean? When they heard Yi Hao's words, everyone immediately sensed that Yi Hao's words had a hidden meaning. You will find out soon enough. Yi Hao didn't explain too much to them. When everyone saw that Yi Hao didn't say anything, they didn't dare to continue asking. Uncle White, are the dishes ready? Yi Hao looked at the white dragon and asked. When he heard Yi Hao address him this way, the white dragon was delighted. At the very least, this form of address proved that Yi Hao didn't completely treat him as a subordinate. Instead, there was a trace of respect in his tone. Moreover, Yi Hao addressed him as Uncle White. This definitely had something to do with Bai Yun-er. Seeing Yi Hao's strength, the white dragon thought that if Bai Yun-er and Yi Hao were together, it might be a good choice. However, when he heard Yi Hao's question, the white dragon's expression was obviously uncomfortable. Young master, are we really going to deliver food to them? The white dragon originally thought that Yi Hao was just saying it casually. However, looking at Yi Hao's posture, it seemed like he was really going to deliver food to those family clans. But what was going on here? They didn't pledge allegiance to you, yet you were still delivering food and wine to them. Did you expect to use this bit of food and wine to influence those family clans? If they really did deliver food and wine to those family clans, then Yi Hao would probably become the biggest laughingstock. It would make those family clans even more arrogant and arrogant. Even those who pledged allegiance to Yi Hao looked gloomy at this moment. They didn't understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. Deliver? Why not? I've always been a man of my word. How can I go back on my words? Yes. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the white dragon didn't know what to say and immediately went to prepare the food and wine. All of you are dismissed as well, Yi Hao said to those who had pledged allegiance to him. Yes. After receiving Yi Hao's orders, the dozen or so people immediately bowed and left. Do you think we made the right decision by following young master? It should be. Young master is young and promising. It's just that his temper is a little unpredictable. Do you think young master is really afraid of those people, or is he really so easy to talk to that he actually delivered food and wine to them? I don't think so. Young master even dared to chop off Deacon Zhong's arm. Do you think young master would be afraid of them? Then why did young master let them go? He even wanted to deliver food and wine to them. How would I know? If young master doesn't say, we can only wait and see. Tonight is going to be a sleepless night. Yi Hao looked at the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon. He no longer concealed his murderous intent. At this moment, King Kong walked over and said respectfully to Yi Hao, Young master, our brothers have already prepared the food and wine. When do we set off? In this castle of the kings, other than the Bai family, we will go to whichever family is the most powerful family clan. Young master, are you really going to deliver food and wine to them? Chapter 682. Young master, this is the Yuan family. Their leader is a level 3 demon general and they have more than 800 disciples. They are the largest family in the castle of the kings after the Bai family. Yi Hao sat on the back of the Green Wolf King with 100 level 1 demon generals following behind him. He looked very intimidating. However, the dramatic thing was that everyone had a box of food in their hand. Yi Hao nodded when he heard the King Kong's words. Go knock on the door. Upon receiving Yi Hao's order, King Kong immediately went to knock on the door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. The guard's voice came from inside. I'm here to deliver food and wine to the Yuan family leader on the orders of my young master. King Kong continued. Please wait for a moment. I'll report this to my family leader. The guard's reply came from inside. Reporting to family leader, someone is here to deliver food and wine. The Yuan family leader was having a meal with a dozen other family leaders. They were discussing the future division of the castle of the kings when they heard the guard's report. Haha, This Yi Hao is really interesting. He actually delivered food and wine. The Yuan family leader laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. I guess that kid is trying to win you over, another family head said with a smile. Everyone, do you accept my food and wine? The Yuan family leader looked at everyone and asked. Of course we have to take it. Let's numb that brat first. After a few days, we'll send him to hell. By then, the castle of the kings will be our world. Haha, what family leader Ju said makes sense. After tonight, I'll go and rope in the other families. By then, together with Deacon Zhong, we'll definitely get rid of that arrogant brat. The Yuan family's head said with a resolute face. We'll definitely assist the Yuan family leader. The rest of the people immediately complimented the Yuan family leader. When the time comes, I'll definitely not forget your kindness. The Yuan family leader beamed as he said to everyone. The Yuan family leader was in a good mood because he felt that his spring was finally here. Previously, with the Wang clan suppressing them from above, they did not dare to play any tricks at all. Now that the Wang family had been annihilated, it was the time when the hearts of the families in the castle of the kings were in turmoil. To him, this was a godsend opportunity. As long as he seized this opportunity, the castle of the kings would become his. As for the Bai clan, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. With so many clans working together, they were definitely stronger than the Bai clan. The only thing he was afraid of was Yi Hao's strength and the 101st level demon generals. However, Yi Hao had seen Deacon Zhong's arm. When the time came, Deacon Zhong would definitely not let the matter rest. He would definitely return to the sect and ask for help. Although Yi Hao was strong, he was still an ant in front of the Cloudpill sect. Therefore, as long as he kept Yi Hao under control and waited for the right time, the castle of the kings would be his sooner or later. Go and accept the food box. Help me thank young Master Yi. After he leaves, just throw the food box away, the Yuan family head instructed the guard. My family head wants me to thank young Master Yi. The guard accepted the food box and said with a smile. No need. He definitely won't thank me. What? The guard looked at Yi Hao on the Green Wolf King with fear in his heart. However, he didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. However, what answered him was the King Kong King's palm that smashed his head into pieces. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the 101st level demon generals immediately rushed into the Yuan family. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Yuan family? The Yuan family's guard reacted quickly. However, the 101st level demon generals couldn't even last one round before they were killed. Oh no. Someone is attacking the Yuan family. Help! Someone is attacking the Yuan family. Everyone, run. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yi Hao looked at the Yuan family's courtyard and heard the sounds of killing coming from inside. With a wave of his hand, he released more than 20 green wolves to guard the various exits of the Yuan family, preventing anyone from escaping. He had already given these families a chance. Since they didn't want it, then he could only destroy them. Yi Hao didn't want to see the day when he raised a tiger that would invite calamity, and when these clans joined forces to attack him. Therefore, in order to prevent any future trouble, he could only be ruthless. Yuan family head, why is it so noisy outside? Why don't we go out and take a look? The family heads in the room heard the noise outside and immediately said unhappily, let's go and take a look. Yuan family head was also dissatisfied. After all, it was the middle of the night and such a loud noise was really affecting his mood. What? Yuan family head opened the door and wanted to curse. However, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Yuan family head, what happened? Seeing Yuan family head standing at the door in a daze, the other family heads walked over. However, they were also stunned by the scene in front of them. In the courtyard in front of them, there were already dozens of corpses lying on the ground. There were also dozens of rank 1 demon generals looking at them. This is my lord's last meal for you. You can go now. A demon general threw the food box in his hand at Yuan family head's feet. No. Yi Hao, you are so ruthless. Yuan family head roared at the sky. The other family heads were fearful and looked at the food box at their feet with complicated expressions. They finally knew why Yi Hao was so easy to talk to. He let them go so easily and even insisted on giving them food and wine. It turned out that when they rejected Yi Hao at the beginning, Yi Hao had already decided to kill them. Awu tilde at this moment, a wolf's howl was heard. Everyone immediately looked up. They saw Yi Hao sitting on the back of the Green Wolf King and slowly approaching them. Yi Hao, why did you kill my entire family? Is it because I didn't submit to you? You are too ruthless. Yuan family head stared at Yi Hao angrily. I am ruthless? Then let me ask you. If I didn't do anything to you today, would you do anything to me? If it weren't for my appearance today, the Bai family would have been slaughtered by you all. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and said coldly, Nonsense. What proof do you have that we would do anything to the Bai family? Do you think that your ambush around the Bai family's courtyard was flawless? Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect that their ambush around the Bai family's courtyard would end without anyone knowing. But how did Yi Hao know? But they still said stubbornly, even if we did ambush you, that was because we wanted to deal with the Bai family. But we are no longer dealing with the Bai family and have already withdrawn our troops. Why are you still attacking us? Withdraw your troops. Since you don't want to deal with the Bai family, what are you discussing here in the middle of the night? We. Chapter 683. From this, it seems that all of you are harboring evil intentions. Tell me, how can I let all of you live? Yi Hao said in a low voice. Even so, isn't it too cruel for you to slaughter my family? Although the Yuan family head tried to defend himself unreasonably, his family being slaughtered made him feel as if his heart was bleeding. Cruel? A cold smile flashed across Yi Hao's face. Do you think that I would slaughter your entire clan just because of this? I, Yi Hao, am not the kind of person who can't differentiate between right and wrong. Yi Hao took an account book from the King Kong's hand and threw it at the Yuan family head. Take a look at it yourself. Do you deserve to be killed for your crimes? In fact, Yi Hao didn't intend to kill the Yuan family head from the start. However, he changed his mind when he saw the information collected by the King Kong. This was because the information recorded the deeds of each family in detail. Some families weren't too bad. Although they usually bullied the people, they didn't do anything out of line. However, there were also some families that kidnapped women, killed people, set fires, burned, raped, and committed all kinds of crimes. In the castle of the kings, they were even more vicious than bandits. Moreover, no one dared to resist. If anyone expressed any dissatisfaction, their family would be confiscated. Men and women would be slaves. This was a common occurrence. Among the evil families, the Wang family was the most evil. Right below the Wang family was the Yuan family. The Yuan family head had once taken a liking to a concubine from a small family. In order to win over that concubine, he directly tied the family of more than 100 people to a tree and fed them to wild beasts. In the end, they were all eaten up by wild beasts. The concubine he had taken a liking to was also tortured to death because she was pregnant. There were close to 100 records of such incidents. The more Yi Hao read, the angrier he got. In Yi Hao's eyes, such people and families didn't have the right to exist in this world. That was why Yi Hao had been so ruthless as to slaughter the entire Yuan clan. This was because the castle of the kings would be his force in the future. He didn't want such evil people to exist in his territory. In this world, the strong were respected, and the strong could control the life and death of the weak. For now, Yi Hao could not change the current situation because he was too weak. However, Yi Hao did not wish for such a situation to occur within his own organization. At the very least, the strong had the right to be strong. However, this right did not mean that they could kill the innocent or commit crimes. Therefore, Yi Hao's goal was to create a peaceful world. Of course, he had to pay a huge price. At the very least, he had to pave a bloody path in order to reach that step. Some people could turn him into a good person, but some people were trash. There was no need to live. Yi Hao naturally didn't mind getting rid of these trash. You should be able to die in peace now, right? Seeing the Yuan family's head looking at the accounts with a look of helplessness on his face, Yi Hao's figure flashed as he killed the Yuan family's head. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing the Yuan family head. The reward is 100 experience points. As expected by Yi Hao, the experience points he received decreased again after leveling up. I can spare your life. Although you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. Men, take him away. Yi Hao pointed at one of the people who had done nothing wrong. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. That person did not expect Yi Hao to let him go. He quickly bowed and thanked him. Young Master Yi, please spare us too. Seeing that Yi Hao actually let one of them go, the rest of them immediately begged for mercy. You have done too much evil. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Yi Hao did not hold back and turned all of them into experience points. Young Master, the Yuan family has been slaughtered. What should we do next? At this moment, the King Kong came back to report. Let's go to the next family. Yi Hao rode on the Green Wolf King's back again. Cut off all their heads. I want to give the city a big gift tomorrow. Yi Hao suddenly turned back and said halfway, yes. A level 1 demon general immediately nodded in agreement. In one night, Yi Hao led 100 demon generals and did not rest at all. They went through all the families in the castle of the kings. Basically, half of them were completely slaughtered by Yi Hao. However, the remaining families basically did not do anything wrong. Yi Hao punished them slightly until they bowed down to him. Only then did Yi Hao let them go. In the dreams of countless people, the castle of the kings underwent earth-shattering changes. After a night of killing, Yi Hao's strength also broke through the level 10 demon guard and reached the level 1 demon general. Go and gather everyone in the city. Although it was only one level, those who were killed were of too low a level. They did not gain much experience points at all. However, Yi Hao was already very satisfied with the fact that he had leveled up in one night. And what made Yi Hao most satisfied was that all the families in the castle of the kings had finally disappeared. Yi Hao did not let any of the families who had done evil go. He directly killed all of them. What's the situation? Why do we suddenly need to gather at the square? I heard that the Yuan family was slaughtered last night. Early in the morning, I saw that the Yuan family's door was tightly shut, but there were bloodstains on the door frame. It's not just the Yuan family. Other than the Yuan family, I heard that at least 30 to 40 other families were slaughtered. 30 to 40? Are you kidding me? Who could be so ruthless? I'm not in the mood to joke with you. This matter is absolutely true. And the person who did it seems to be the person who saved people on the street yesterday. The person who killed He Tianhu? How could it be him? That person is a good person. Why? A good person can't kill bad people. You have to know that those families who were slaughtered were all evil families. They did not do anything good usually. That's right. Some time ago, the Yuan family massacred 2 clans because those 2 clans didn't like the way the Yuan family did things and complained. You should know that those 2 clans usually helped the poor commoners. I feel that young Master Yi did the right thing. These people deserved to be killed. Now, those who died unjustly can rest in peace. Amidst the discussion, everyone arrived at the square of the Castle of the Kings. The Castle of the Kings would hold a competition between the families every year. Therefore, the square in the Castle of the Kings could hold hundreds of thousands of people. However, in recent years, the Wang family had suppressed all the other families. Such a competition between the families had disappeared for a few years. Therefore, it had been a long time since it was so lively with hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the square. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the square. However, everyone was shocked by the bloody scene in front of them. This was because there were small mountains piled up in the arenas in front of them. However, these small mountains were piled up with human heads. All the heads added up to at least 10 to 20,000 people. Chapter 684. They deserve to be killed. They really deserve to be killed. The castle of the kings needs such a strong person to uphold justice. I really didn't expect these families to do so many evil things behind our backs. This kind of trash shouldn't live in this world. It's a waste of air. Well done, young Master Yi. If we don't kill these people, who knows how many people and families will be harmed in the castle of the kings. It's too easy to kill them like this. Only by torturing them to death can we vent our anger. The onlookers looked at the list and saw all the ugly crimes committed by the families. They were all furious. On the contrary, everyone's impression of Yi Hao was greatly improved. This was because Yi Hao had done something that no one else dared to do. He had eliminated all these people. Although some families were small, they were not people that ordinary people like them could deal with. After all, the disciples of each family had undergone special training. They also had special cultivation techniques and cultivation resources. However, ordinary people like them were different. Not only did they have to fill their stomachs, but they also had to suffer the oppression of those big families. All of them were poor. How could they afford to buy cultivation resources and cultivation techniques? Therefore, it was considered good if each of them had the strength of a demon guard. However, even if they had the strength of a demon guard, it was still brute force. Without the use of martial techniques, it would only be brute force. It would not be able to unleash the greatest attack power. Moreover, most of them could not advance after cultivating to the level of a demon guard. This was because they did not have cultivation techniques or resources to break through. What could they use to become stronger? Therefore, most of them could only risk their lives to go out of the city to hunt or gather resources. However, not only did they have to face the attacks of demonic beasts, but they also had to face the robberies of those family disciples. On the other hand, those family disciples were the opposite. As long as they had talent, they would have endless resources and cultivation techniques. It was 100 times easier for them to break through. Therefore, ordinary people like them could only endure the oppression of those family disciples. They had no other choice. After all, they couldn't defeat them. If they resisted, they might even lose their lives. This was the tragedy of the people at the bottom of the ancient demon's domain. But now, Yi Hao had exterminated those clans. That had undoubtedly given them a glimmer of hope to survive. Therefore, most people had a good impression of Yi Hao. Ta ta ta. Right at this time, a series of footsteps sounded, and the people walking over were 100 first-order devil generals covered in blood. After a night of slaughter, these warriors were covered in blood. It was as if they were war gods who had just walked out from the depths of hell. Who are these people? Their auras are so terrifying. These seem to be young Master Yi's followers, but their strength is indeed strong. All of them are first-level demon general. What? These people are all first-order demon generals. Do they need to be so strong? Everyone could feel the aura emitted by the 100 first-order demon generals, and their hearts were filled with reverence. Awu tilde at this moment, a green wolf howled. Where did these green wolves come from? Damn it, could it be that a pack of green wolves entered the city? Don't make a fuss over nothing. I've heard that young Master Yi is a beast tamer. I'm guessing these wolves are all his pet beasts. What beast tamer? Do you have to be so strong? Everyone looked at the pack of green wolves with fear in their eyes, because to them, the green wolves were an existence that they could not fight against. Because the green wolves' cultivation was at the first-order demon general, and everyone present was at the demon guard level. How could they be a match for the green wolves? And what they did not expect was that Yi Hao was also a beast tamer. One must know that beast tamers were extremely rare. Most people had only heard of them and had never seen them before. Suddenly, someone recognized Yi Hao and pointed at Yi Hao, who was on the back of the Green Wolf King, behind the pack of green wolves. Look, that's young Master Yi. Oh my god, that's the Green Wolf King, right? It's so docile, and it's even being ridden. Beast tamers are indeed strong. At first glance, everyone was attracted by the Green Wolf King. Because everyone had heard of the Green Wolf King's fame. Ordinary devil generals would take a detour when they saw it. Moreover, the Green Wolf King was the king of the green wolves. It was incomparably ferocious. But now, Yi Hao was sitting on him with a docile expression on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone finally understood how strong a beast tamer was. In the next second, everyone cast their gaze on Yi Hao. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the castle of the kings would belong to Yi Hao in the future. Therefore, everyone wanted to remember Yi Hao's appearance in their minds. But after seeing Yi Hao's appearance, everyone was stunned. Which big family's young master is this? Otherwise, how could he be so young? He probably relied on his family's power to eradicate the Wang family and other families. He doesn't look too old, and is only a first-order demon general. It's said that the disciples of big families have weird tempers. I wonder what this one is like. So when people saw Yi Hao's age, they immediately thought of Yi Hao as a disciple of a big family. It was all because Yi Hao was too young, and his strength was not very high. Because of that, the crowd started to look down on him. Everyone, I am Yi Hao. From now on, the castle of the kings will be renamed as the First City. I will be the absolute ruler of the First City. This will be the first territory where I can fulfill my ambitions. Today, I am preparing to recruit 1,000 soldiers. Is there anyone who is willing to join me? Yi Hao jumped onto the arena and used his power to spread his voice out. As for the name of the first city, Yi Hao planned to make it the #1 city in the ancient demon realm in the future. If it was possible, this place would become his imperial capital in the ancient demon realm. But at this moment, he definitely couldn't call himself an emperor. Because the ancient demon realm was not like the myriad countries continent. There were many strong people here, and very few people dared to call themselves an emperor. He was still so weak. If he were to call himself an emperor now and the news spread, he would be in danger. But what made Yi Hao feel strange was that the hundreds of thousands of people below were all whispering and not responding to him. Could it be that my extravagance isn't big enough? Yi Hao was doubtful. He was afraid that these people would not believe in his strength and would not dare to join him. So, he took out 100 first-order demon generals to give them confidence. This kid just relied on his family's strength to get a city. What ability does he have to get us to join him? I guess he got the castle of the kings to satisfy his own sense of achievement. He even changed the name of the castle of the kings. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse in the future. Now that he's recruiting soldiers, who knows if he's gathering cannon fodder to kill some demon beasts and send us to our deaths. Chapter 685. I'm already a 3rd-level demon general, but this kid is only a 1st-level demon general. Why should I submit to him? I hate these disciples who rely on their family's power the most. That's right. If he wants to subdue us, he should show us some strength. And I heard that this kid offended the Cloudpill sect. Who dares to follow him? He directly chopped off Deacon Zhong's arm. The Cloudpill sect will definitely not let this matter rest. Have you all forgotten that the eldest young master of the Wang family is a disciple of a large sect? I heard that he has extraordinary talent and was accepted as the last disciple of an elder. Do you all think that the eldest young master of the Wang family will not avenge his family? This is ruthless enough to wipe out a family. I heard that the 2nd young master of the Wang family escaped. This news will probably spread to the eldest young master's son soon. The hundreds of thousands of people below were discussing in low voices. However, most of them were unwilling to submit to Yi Hao. Some of them had some strength but didn't have a good impression of these disciples. In their eyes, Yi Hao was naturally a disciple of their family. Some of them wanted to submit to Yi Hao and seek opportunities, but they were afraid that Yi Hao had offended too many people. They were afraid that these people would seek revenge in the future. If that happened, they would be the unlucky ones. My lord, what should we do? King Kong was anxious when he saw that no one stepped forward. After all, this was the first time that Yi Hao had gathered troops. If he couldn't even gather one person, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Yi Hao's prestige would be gone, and Yi Hao would become the biggest laughingstock. Which one of you is Yi Hao? And the trash from the Bai family, get out here. Just as Yi Hao was about to speak, a sudden shout came from the crowd. Yi Hao immediately looked over and saw 3 young men in white robes. A small black sword was embroidered on the left chest of their robes. The 3 of them were emitting a terrifying aura at this moment. The people around them were almost out of breath. I finally see a demon lord powerhouse. System, check their cultivation level for me. Sensing the aura emitted by these youths, Yi Hao was certain that these people's cultivation was definitely not at the Devil General level. Black Sword Sect's disciple, Lin Feng, 3rd Order Devil King. Black Sword Sect's disciple, Zhu Jinhe, 1st Order Devil King. Black Sword Sect's disciple, Yang Mu, 1st Order Devil King. As expected, they are all in the Demon King realm. Seeing their cultivation bases, Yi Hao was right. However, he was immediately confused. He had never come into contact with this Black Sword sect. What the hell was this Black Sword sect? Uncle White, do you know of the Black Sword sect? He immediately asked the white dragon beside him in a soft voice. What? Black Sword sect. Yi Hao clearly felt that after the white dragon heard the Black Sword sect, his expression suddenly changed. Even his tone became trembling, and his voice was filled with fear. Uncle White, you know? Seeing the change in the white dragon's calm, Yi Hao was certain that the white dragon definitely knew. The Black Sword sect is a sword sect. There are countless experts in the sect. It is the holy land that small families like us yearn for. We all hope to send our children there. After all, after entering the Black Sword sect, it will be a whole new world. However, the requirements to enter the sect are very strict. We, the children of small families, have no chance at all. Some time ago, my Bai family obtained a big fortune, but who knew that it would be snatched away by the Wang family? I don't know how they managed to get their young master into the Black Sword sect. This time, we destroyed the Wang family. I guess these people are here to seek revenge. Lord, you should escape quickly. I will bring the Bai family's disciples to block them. These people are at least demon generals. We are not their opponents. The white dragon said anxiously. Escape. Yi Hao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Among these 3 people, the strongest was only a 3rd Order Devil King. He did not have the courage to fight. Are you all mute? Come out and die if you have the guts. Don't waste our time. These 3 people's auras are so strong. They must be demon kings. It can't be. How can demon kings appear here? Looking at their identities, they must be disciples of some sect. I guess Yi Hao and the Bai family are finished. How can they deal with 3 demon kings? I guess Yi Hao will send the Bai family and his subordinates to their deaths and then escape by himself. Fortunately, we didn't follow him. Otherwise, we would be finished. Everyone looked at the 3 Black Sword sect disciples with eyes full of respect and worship. One must know that in the castle of the kings, the strongest were demon generals. Until now, they had never seen a demon king. In their eyes, demon king level existences were truly kings. They were existences that they could not reach and could only look up to. A bunch of trash, stay away from us. Looking at everyone's eyes, Lin Feng said with disdain and disgust. In Lin Feng's eyes, these ordinary people and demon guards were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Being surrounded by so many ants made him very unhappy. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's face turned ugly. However, they knew that a demon king was not someone they could afford to provoke. Although they were dissatisfied with the 3 people, there was nothing they could do. They could only stay away from Lin Feng's group. Fine, I'll use you guys to establish my prestige today. Yi Hao was still worried about how to establish his prestige and subdue these people. Lin Feng's group of 3 was undoubtedly a timely reign. I am Yi Hao. Who are you? Although he had a rough idea of the 3 people's identities, Yi Hao still asked. He was curious about the Wang family's eldest young master's identity in the Black Sword sect. Why did they send 3 people instead of the Wang family's eldest young master? Could it be that the Wang family's eldest young master was still hiding among the crowd? One had to know, to be able to command Lin Feng, a third-order demon king, that Wang family's eldest young master's strength could only be strong, not weak. I am a Black Sword sect disciple, here to avenge senior brother Wang's family. Zhu Jinhe stood out and snorted coldly. Then why didn't I see your senior brother Wang, but sent you 3 trash? You think you're worthy of senior brother Wang? With us 3 senior brothers, it's enough to slaughter your entire city. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhu Jinhe retorted with disdain. But Zhu Jinhe's face changed in the next second. You ant, who are you calling trash? Zhu Jinhe's reaction was obviously slow as he pointed at Yi Hao angrily. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Quickly kill him so we can answer senior brother Wang, Lin Feng said impatiently. Yes. Zhu Jinhe and Yang Mu nodded in agreement. They brandished the long swords in their hands and attacked Yi Hao. Sky Imperial Sword Art. Zhu Jinhe and Yang Mu shouted. Both of them used the Black Sword sect's Dark Devil Sword Art at the same time. Lin Feng did not make a move because he believed that Zhu Jinhe and Yang Mu were enough to deal with Yi Hao, a first-order martial general trash. Chapter 686. Brothers, follow me to protect the young master. Seeing the imposing Zhu Jinhe and Yang Mu, the Vaja king immediately shouted to the 100 soldiers. Everyone from the Bai family, follow me to protect the lord. The white dragon also shouted anxiously. All of you stay here obediently. Yi Hao shouted. How could he waste such a good opportunity to establish his prestige? Hearing Yi Hao's order, everyone could only stop, but they all looked at Yi Hao worriedly. It seemed that Yi Hao wanted to face them personally, but could Yi Hao do it? After all, these were 2 first-order demon generals. What is this brat trying to do? Is he crazy? Does he want to fight against 2 devil kings? That's 2 demon kings. It's just 2 demon generals. Can he defeat them? He's only a first-order demon general. From the looks of it, this brat has really been scared silly. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in astonishment, not understanding why Yi Hao didn't let his subordinates do it. If he let his subordinates do it, maybe he could escape and have a chance to live. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Yi Hao moved. 1 slash. Facing 2 first-order demon kings, Yi Hao didn't dare to hold back and directly used a Dark Devil low-grade cultivation technique. Chumph, ants will always be ants. You're simply courting death. Making a move on such an idiot is really a disgrace to our status. Although Zhu Jinhe and Yang Mu attacked Yi Hao, they were already prepared to wait for Yi Hao's subordinates to protect Yi Hao and attack the group of first-order demon generals. Because in their eyes, killing Yi Hao would only be a little troublesome, and that would be the 100 first-order devil generals. But Yi Hao actually didn't let his subordinates protect him. In the eyes of the 2, this was simply an idiotic behavior. To kill a first-order demon general, asking the 2 of them to take action was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It was a waste of talent. So at this moment, the 2 of them looked down on Yi Hao even more. Lin Feng sneered and shook his head. He looked at Yi Hao mockingly. I didn't expect this mission to be so easy to complete. It seems like there's hope to curry favor with Senior Wang. One had to know that the eldest young master of the Wang clan was extraordinarily talented. At the start, he didn't stand out in the sect. However, he had recently displayed his talents and shocked everyone in the Inner Disciples tournament. Eventually, he was accepted as the personal disciple of an Inner Disciples elder. As a result, his identity as the eldest young master of the Wang clan skyrocketed, becoming the target of the Outer Disciples. Lin Feng was no exception. He never thought that the Wang family would be annihilated, and the Wang family's eldest young master was unable to leave the Black Sword sect because he was in closed-door cultivation. Lin Feng immediately grasped this chance and asked the Wang family's eldest young master to help him take revenge. The Wang clan's first young master had reached the critical moment of breaking through and was unable to extricate himself. However, he did not want to see the people who had killed his clan live for even a second. So he sent Lin Feng to bring back Yi Hao's head. Lin Feng seemed to have already seen a large amount of resources flying towards him after currying favor with the Wang family's eldest young master. Moreover, as long as he curried favor with the Wang family's eldest young master, his status in the Black Sword sect would definitely rise. Lin Feng seemed to have already seen his beautiful future. Now, Yi Hao saw that the two of them were looking down on him and immediately used Gale Steps. Although Gale Steps was also a demonic yellow inferior cultivation technique, Yi Hao had already cultivated it to the proficient level. Originally, the distance between Yi Hao and the two of them wasn't that far. After using Gale Steps, Yi Hao's speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhu Jinhe and Lin Feng. The weapon in his hand directly slashed through their necks. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing Zhu Jinhe. Reward, 3,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing Yang Mu. Reward, 3,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 2nd rank Demon General. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 3rd rank Demon General. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a Demon King powerhouse for the first time. Reward, host level +1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 4th rank Demon General. Awesome. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao shouted excitedly in his heart. He didn't expect that killing 2 demon generals would actually give him so much experience points. It directly allowed him to level up by 2 levels and even rewarded him with a level. It was still better to skip levels. However, Yi Hao was secretly glad that the two of them had underestimated him. Otherwise, if the two of them had gone all out, he definitely wouldn't have been able to obtain victory so easily. After all, although he was a 1st-rank demon general and could fight against a 1st-rank demon king, fighting against 2 1st-rank demon kings wasn't that easy. Moreover, if he attracted Lin Feng's attention, he would be killed by Lin Feng as long as he was entangled by the two of them for a while. Fortunately, the two of them had underestimated him. While the two of them weren't paying attention, he suddenly increased his speed and was able to kill the two of them. It could be said that killing Zhu Jinhe and Yang Mu was full of luck and fluke. Because if the two of them had reacted quickly, they wouldn't have been killed so easily. Chapter 687. My Lord is mighty, my Lord is mighty, my Lord is mighty. At this moment, when the 100 demon generals saw Yi Hao kill the 2 demon kings, they immediately let out excited shouts. Looking at Zhu Jinhe and Yi Hao's decapitated corpses, Lin Feng's anger continued to rise. At the same time, his killing intent also continued to rise. You killed them. You actually dared to kill them. Lin Feng stared at Yi Hao in disbelief. Putting aside the fact that these two were his personal attendants, they had sneaked out secretly. This time, the 3 of them had snuck down the mountain. But now, 2 of them had died, so when they returned to the Black Sword sect, they would definitely be punished. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Just now, Lin Feng also naturally saw that Yi Hao was opportunistic, taking advantage of the 2 people's contempt to kill Zhu Jinhe and the other person. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that Yi Hao's strength was only SOSO. At most, he was a 1st-level demon guard. However, he was a 3rd-level demon king, so he still did not put Yi Hao in his eyes. You think I'm afraid of you? Yi Hao also rushed towards Lin Feng. Do you think young Master Yi Hao can still kill that person this time? I think it's unlikely. This person has not made a move for a long time. One look and I can tell that he is stronger than the 2 people just now. As for young Master Yi Hao, he killed the 2 people just now because they were not paying attention. That's right. This time, young Master Yi Hao is probably doomed. Because looking at young Master Yi Hao's strength just now, he is at most a 1st-level demon king. It's obviously impossible for young Master Yi Hao to kill this demon king like he did just now. At this moment, seeing Lin Feng make a move, no one was optimistic about Yi Hao. After all, although Yi Hao had killed 2 demon kings, it had shocked everyone. However, everyone also saw that Yi Hao had taken advantage of the 2 people's carelessness to launch a sneak attack. Now that he was facing Lin Feng obviously would not give Yi Hao this opportunity. As for Bai Yuna, the White Dragon, and the others, they all had their hearts in their mouths. At this moment, she looked at Yi Hao nervously and worriedly. "I'll let you have a taste of the power of a third-order Devil King." "Wind and rain sword," Lin Feng bellowed. His third-order Devil King strength surged out from his body. "It's actually a third-order Devil King. It looks like young Master Yi Hao is really doomed this time." When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they all broke out in cold sweat for Yi Hao. However, what shocked everyone the most was Lin Feng's strength. Looking at the 2 people just now, their strength was at the first-order Devil King realm. In their opinion, Lin Feng should be a second-order Devil King realm master. Who would have thought that Lin Feng's strength was 1 realm higher than their estimation? Everyone, listen up. Protect the Lord. After knowing Lin Feng's strength, the White Dragon could no longer remain calm. After all, judging from the strength Yi Hao had displayed earlier, he might not even be able to deal with a second-order Devil King. Against a third-order Devil King, there was no hope at all. "Everyone stop. Without young master's orders, no one is allowed to move." Seeing that everyone was about to make a move, the Vaja King immediately stepped out to stop them. He believed that since Yi Hao did not let them make a move, Yi Hao must have his own plans. If they rashly went up now, they might not be able to help, but they might even be a hindrance. Is a third-order Devil King realm so amazing? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Hao sneered, "I'll let you see what true strength is." 1/ Gale Steps. Yi Hao also used a martial skill. The aura of a 4th-order Devil King was revealed from his body as he attacked Lin Feng. "Why do I feel that young Master Yi Hao seems to have become stronger again? I think I'm having an illusion. I feel that young Master Yi Hao's aura is stronger than that Black Sword sect's disciple. It can't be. Could it be that young Master Yi Hao is a 4th-order Devil King? How is that possible?" Everyone felt the aura exuding from Yi Hao, and their hearts boiled again. "What?" Lin Feng also felt Yi Hao's aura, and his face changed. "You're actually a 4th-order Devil King? You've been hiding your strength," Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. But what answered him was Yi Hao's heavy attack. Yi Hao and Lin Feng collided. Yi Hao's strength was a level higher than Lin Feng's, so Yi Hao did not move from his original spot, whereas Lin Feng retreated several steps. Yi Hao did not stop, and he continued to attack Lin Feng. Iron Slash. 1/. Yi Hao's martial skills were constantly changing, and they bombarded Lin Feng's body without mercy. Because Lin Feng's strength was lower than Yi Hao's, he was forced to retreat, and he could only defend himself with all his might. This is the gap between realms. Looking at Lin Feng, who was forced to retreat, Yi Hao felt that his cultivation was only 1 level higher than Lin Feng's, yet he was able to suppress Lin Feng. However, Yi Hao did not dare to be careless, and he deliberately forced Lin Feng to be unable to use his martial skills. He was suppressing Lin Feng, not giving Lin Feng a chance to use his martial skills. This was because he wasn't sure whether or not Lin Feng had a middle or high-grade mystic demon cultivation method. If he did, then his advantage would be completely wiped out. Damn it! Lin Feng was anxious, but he was unable to use his martial skills. Because he could only dodge, there was no chance for him to counterattack. "No, I must join Yi Hao's team. Strong, simply too strong. That's a 3rd-order Devil King, but he's still being suppressed." Everyone watched the battle in front of them excitedly as Yi Hao suppressed Lin Feng. "Die for me." Yi Hao seized the opportunity, and directly slashed at Lin Feng's neck. Seeing Yi Hao slashing at his neck, Lin Feng immediately dodged and opened his mouth. Right now, as long as he dodged seriously, Yi Hao would definitely not be able to hurt him. If he had a chance, he would definitely use his martial skills to kill Yi Hao. Because Yi Hao's Sword of Wind and Cloud was a mid-grade martial skill, he had already cultivated it to the proficient level, which was comparable to a high-grade martial skill. Therefore, As long as he seized the opportunity and used his martial skill, he would definitely be able to turn the tables. Wind steps. However, just as Yi Hao's broadsword was about to slash at Lin Feng's neck, Yi Hao suddenly used wind steps and moved to the side. The spectators were obviously stunned. They did not understand why Yi Hao would give up such a good opportunity. But in the next second, they were all dumbfounded. Because when Yi Hao moved to that position, Lin Feng also moved, and his chest bumped into Yi Hao's broadsword. What a godly scheme! How did he do it? How did he know where Lin Feng was going to hide? He actually killed a third-order Devil King again. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with deep admiration. At this moment, Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. He lowered his head and looked at the cold blade that pierced through his chest. Chapter 688. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-order Demon King. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword of Wind and Cloud. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current rank, 5th Order Demon General. What? A cultivation technique appeared. Yi Hao was overjoyed when he heard the system notification. Sword of Wind and Cloud, high-grade Dark Demon cultivation technique. Uses the power of wind and clouds to greatly increase the user's attack power. It's actually a high-grade Dark Demon cultivation technique. Yi Hao rejoiced inwardly when he saw the Sword of Wind and Cloud. If Lin Feng had used the Sword of Wind and Cloud, the one who would have died would have been him. It seems like this grudge has been formed. Looking at the corpses of Lin Feng and the other two, Yi Hao knew that the Black Sword sect would definitely find trouble with him. He had to quickly increase his strength. However, as long as he could gather 1,000 soldiers, he would be given a chance to summon a general. He just didn't know what level of general he would summon. Yi Hao couldn't help but look forward to it. Little bastard, you really surprised me. Your strength really shocked me. You even killed a third-order Demon King. Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, 3 more people suddenly walked out from the crowd. The one leading them was Deacon Zhong, whose arm had been chopped off by Yi Hao. Deacon Zhong sneered at Yi Hao. In fact, Deacon Zhong was secretly surprised. He didn't think that Yi Hao would be able to kill a third-order Demon King. He couldn't help but rejoice that Yi Hao had only chopped off one of his arms. Otherwise, if Yi Hao wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be standing here. What's wrong? Did Zhong eat shit find external help? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man behind Deacon Zhong. Zhong Wei, Great Deacon of the Cloud Pill sect, 7th Order Demon King. 7th Order Demon King. Yi Hao knew that he wasn't a match for Zhong Wei after reading his introduction. If it was a 5th Order Devil King, Huang Xiaolong might still have a chance. Even if it was a 6th Order Devil King, he would lose without a doubt. As for the 7th Order Devil King, Huang Xiaolong didn't even stand a chance against him. He would probably be killed in an instant. Little brat, don't show off your eloquence. Deacon Zhong snorted coldly and then said respectfully to Zhong Wei, who was beside him, "Deacon, it was this kid who cut off my arm. Please avenge me, Deacon. It's indeed strange. A 4th Order Devil General actually has the strength of a 4th Order Devil King. No, it's actually a 5th Order Demon General. How did you break through again?" Zhong Wei had been observing Yi Hao in the crowd for a long time. But after watching for a long time, he only discovered that Yi Hao's realm was indeed a 4th-rank Devil General. So he felt very curious. But now, he was once again surprised because for some reason, Yi Hao's strength had increased by another level. It wasn't that there weren't people who could raise their realms in the midst of battle, but it wasn't as easy as Yi Hao's. Could it be that he deliberately suppressed his realm and didn't break through? Zhong Wei could only think of this possibility. Because even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't know that there was an existence like the system. But shock was shock. According to Yi Hao's strength, a Devil General should be equivalent to a 5th Order Devil King. But not to mention a fifth-order Devil King, even a sixth-order Devil King would die in his hands. Because the difference of a single order was like the difference between heaven and earth. Otherwise, Yi Hao wouldn't have been able to force Lin Feng to use his martial skill. It's actually him, head deacon, he's the one who robbed our Cloudpill Pavilion. Just at that moment, the guard beside Zhong Wei and the head deacon pointed at Yi Hao and shouted loudly. What? You're telling the truth? Deacon Zhong and Zhong Wei were instantly enraged. Because this was related to the dignity of the Cloudpill sect. After all, until now, the Cloudpill sect had never experienced a store being robbed because no one dared to rob. This was the first time in the Castle of the Kings, so this was Deacon Zhong's dereliction of duty. If the sect found out, he might lose his life. Therefore, Deacon Zhong traveled day and night to invite Zhong Wei. He wanted Zhong Wei to help him kill Yi Hao first, then investigate and rob the Cloudpill Pavilion's people. But he didn't expect that the person who robbed him was also Yi Hao. What? Young Master Yi Hao actually robbed the Cloudpill Pavilion? This action is simply crazy. Is young Master Yi Hao not afraid of the Cloudpill sect's revenge? This is simply more daring than cutting off Deacon Zhong's arm. In the hearts of everyone in the Castle of the Kings, the Cloudpill Pavilion was definitely not to be trifled with. Even the Wang family didn't dare to be disrespectful to the Cloudpill Pavilion. This was because the Cloudpill sect stood behind the Cloudpill Pavilion. Anyone who dared to provoke them was simply courting death. But Yi Hao not only cut off Deacon Zhong's arm, but he also robbed the Cloudpill Pavilion. The white dragon's eyelids twitched unconsciously, and he gulped. He finally understood why he couldn't find Yi Hao when he went to the restaurant yesterday. It turned out that Yi Hao had actually done such a crazy thing. Just thinking about robbing the Cloudpill Pavilion made him shudder with fear. Kid, hurry up and give us the pills from the Cloudpill Pavilion. Maybe we'll leave you with a whole corpse. Zhong Wei shouted angrily at Yi Hao. The pills are in my hands. If you have the ability, come and get them, Yi Hao said with a faint smile. Yi Hao's words caused an uproar again. This was because Yi Hao didn't even give face to Zhong Wei. Everyone was doubtful. Was Yi Hao really not afraid? This was because everyone had heard Deacon Zhong calling Zhong Wei Grand Deacon. One had to know that the Grand Deacon of the Cloudpill sect had to be at least a fifth-order Demon King. Kid, this Grand Deacon will tell you the truth. I'm a seventh-order Demon King. Today, only death awaits you. Give me the pills, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. As expected. Hearing Zhong Wei's words, everyone was shocked. Because today was simply too crazy. At the beginning, they saw Yi Hao kill 2 Demon King experts, and now, another 7th-order Demon King expert came. Do you think young Master Yi Hao can kill another 7th-order Demon King? Impossible. This is a 7th-order Demon King. I estimate that all of us together won't be enough to kill a 7th-order Demon King. But according to young Master Yi Hao's strength, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope to escape. Chimph, is a 7th-order Demon King very strong? Yi Hao looked at Zhong Wei and sneered. A trace of mockery flashed across Zhong Wei's face. Strong or not, you'll know when you try. Before Zhong Wei's words fell, he attacked Yi Hao. Use the provisional summoning card, Yi Hao immediately said to the system. This summoning card was accidentally dropped when he killed those clans last night. According to the system, this card could summon a Demon Emperor level general. As for what level a Demon Emperor was, Yi Hao didn't know, but it was definitely above the Demon King level. Yi Hao was reluctant to use it at first, but now, facing Zhong Wei, he had no choice but to use it. Yi Hao was also afraid that Chen Tang's sudden disappearance would cause a commotion, so he said to Chen Tang, "Yes, my lord." Chen Tang bowed respectfully to Yi Hao and then turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, the commoners were simply unable to react in time. All of them stared at Zhong Wei's corpse in a daze. That was a seventh-order Devil King. To them, a seventh-order Devil King was definitely an unattainable existence. But now, he had died in front of them. Most importantly, he was killed in one strike, and he didn't even have the chance to react. By the time everyone reacted, Chen Tang had already disappeared. Only Yi Hao knew that it was because the summoning card's time was up. You actually killed the Great Deacon. Looking at Yi Hao, who was closing in on him, Deacon Zhong's eyes were filled with fear, and his voice trembled. You don't come over, or my Cloudpill sect will never let you go. Deacon Zhong kept retreating and shouted in panic. If I don't kill you, will the Cloudpill sect let me go? Yi Hao asked jokingly. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Deacon Zhong's face turned pale, and he suddenly knelt on the ground. I beg you, let me go, I won't dare to cause trouble for you anymore. Deacon Zhong knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, but he was holding a bottle in his hand. Yi Hao, be careful. At this moment, Bai Yuna suddenly saw the bottle in Deacon Zhong's hand and rushed over with a pale face. Die. Deacon Zhong's face was filled with madness, and he threw the soul-expelling powder in his hand at Yi Hao. At this moment, Bai Yuna ignored everything and directly stood in front of Yi Hao. All the soul-expelling powder was scattered on Bai Yuna's body. Yuna. Yi Hao was furious, and the knife in his hand was pointed directly at Deacon Zhong. Deacon Zhong didn't expect that his final struggle would fail. Stop right there if you don't want to die. Deacon Zhong's bodyguard saw that the two deacons were killed and wanted to sneak away. But when he heard Yi Hao's cold and murderous voice, he immediately knelt on the ground. Tell me, what kind of poison is in Yun-Er's body? Yi Hao looked at Bai Yun-Er, who had fainted, and asked coldly. That is the Demon King level poison, soul-expelling powder. The person who is poisoned by this poison will lose consciousness, and if the antidote is not given within 7 days, their soul will dissipate, the bodyguard quickly explained. The bodyguard was afraid that Yi Hao would kill him, so he quickly continued, Deacon Zhong actually has this kind of poison, so he probably has the antidote for the soul-expelling powder. You can look for it in his interspatial ring. Hearing the bodyguard's words, Yi Hao quickly searched Deacon Zhong's interspatial ring. What he saw was a large pile of spiritual herbs. Yi Hao finally understood why he couldn't find any spiritual herbs in Yundan Pavilion. They were all hidden in Deacon Zhong's interspatial ring. Logically speaking, Yi Hao should be happy to see so many spiritual herbs, but at this moment, he wasn't in the mood at all. Antidote. Where is the antidote? Yi Hao's consciousness kept searching for the elixirs in Deacon Zhong's interspatial ring. In the end, Yi Hao placed his consciousness in a corner, because there were only 3 small bottles in that corner. Yi Hao immediately took the 3 small bottles in his hand and used the detection skill. Soul-expelling powder, intermediate Demon King level poison, can cause a person to fall into a coma for 7 days. After 7 days, the poisoned person's soul will dissipate. Only effective against those below the Demon King level, including those at the Demon King level. Soul-expelling powder antidote, intermediate Demon King level antidote, can be used against the poison of the Demon King level soul-expelling powder. Effectiveness, within 7 days. That's it. After finding the antidote, Yi Hao immediately opened the bottle and found that it was a bottle of colorless and odorless liquid. Yi Hao didn't care about the amount and directly poured it all into Bai Yuna's mouth. My lord, is Yuna all right? Seeing Yi Hao pour the antidote of the soul-expelling powder into Bai Yuna's mouth, the white dragon asked with a face full of worry. She should be fine. Yi Hao looked at Bai Yuna in his arms, whose complexion was gradually improving. Only then did the anger on his face gradually disappear. That's good. The white dragon heard Yi Hao's answer and heaved a sigh of relief. Those who enter the top 1,000 will become the first batch of warriors of the first city and will receive a large amount of cultivation resources. Yi Hao waved his hand casually. Immediately, The entire arena was filled with elixirs and cultivation techniques. Most of the elixirs were snatched from the cloud elixir chamber. There was also a small portion of elixirs that were obtained from the clans. And the cultivation techniques were also obtained from the clans. Most of them were demonic yellow inferior cultivation techniques. They were of little use to him. However, he took them out and gave them to these people for cultivation. Oh my God, there are so many elixirs. Is he really taking them out for his subordinates? There are so many cultivation techniques and martial techniques. With these things, my strength will definitely increase by several levels. I can't take it anymore. This temptation is too great. I must join the first city and join Yi Hao's team. I'll join even if I have to die. This is a rare opportunity that will change my life. Yi Hao is too domineering. He's my idol. When the crowd saw the things around Yi Hao, they could no longer remain calm. Their eyes lit up. If it weren't for Yi Hao's strength, these people might not have been able to resist the temptation and rushed up to snatch them. Fortunately, Yi Hao's strength was strong enough to intimidate the crowd so that they did not dare to act rashly. However, this ignited the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone wished that they could display their full strength in front of Yi Hao so that they could become Yi Hao's subordinates. If everyone wants to become stronger and become the first batch of pioneers of the first city, then sign up. Tomorrow, show me your true strength and prove that you are qualified to become my subordinates. When Yi Hao saw that he had provoked the crowd, he waved his hand and kept everything. Even after Yi Hao left, the crowd was still unable to calm down. In their minds, they were still thinking about the competition the next day. There was no doubt that Yi Hao's recruitment was a chance for those commoners who wanted to become stronger but had no resources to do so. Little bastard, you do have some strength. However, just you wait. Even with your strength, you're still nothing in my eyes. In a restaurant, a young man riding on a black sky tiger was drinking from a glass of wine. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The young man threw down his wine glass and immediately left the castle of the kings. The next day, with the help of the people in the city, 1,000 battle arenas were quickly and easily built. At this moment, the public square of the castle of the kings was still crowded with people. Everyone wanted to know who would be lucky enough to join the first city. Hurry up and make way. Sir Yi Hao is here. Suddenly, the crowd parted to create a path for Yi Hao to walk into the arena. Everyone immediately rubbed their palms together and waited quietly for Yi Hao to announce the rules. Yi Hao's rules were very simple. First, 1,000 people would be selected to stand in the arena. Those in the arena could accept challenges from those below. Those who won would remain in the arena while those who lost would leave. The competition would continue until the end of the night. The last 1,000 people standing in the arena would be Yi Hao's subordinates. Yi Hao had also thought about the issue of taking turns to fight. If a group of people kept challenging one person, no matter how strong he would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Yi Hao had made a rule that after a competition ended, the contestants could wait until they had fully recovered before accepting challenges. However, Yi Hao was also afraid that some people would deliberately use their recovered shadows to drag it out until the end. Therefore, Yi Hao had made a rule that one person had to accept at least 3 challenges before they could be considered qualified. Unless you were really strong and no one below dared to challenge you, you could still be qualified. After listening to Yi Hao's selection rules, everyone nodded in agreement. Because this was undoubtedly the fairest way. It was completely based on strength. However, everyone must remember that you are not allowed to kill or harm others. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Yes. Hearing Yi Hao's words, some people were naturally grateful. At least their lives were guaranteed. Even if they lost, their lives would not be in danger. One must know that many people present were worried that if they met a strong opponent during the challenge, their lives would be in danger. That would be bad luck. Chapter 691. Very quickly, 1,000 strong men stood on the built arena. Yi Hao glanced at everyone's cultivation and realized that there were demon guards from the 3rd level to the 3rd level of the demon general. There were people of every level and their strength was uneven. However, they were generally around the 4th or 5th level of the demon guards. At least 90% of the people were demon guards. There were less than 10 people at the demon general level. However, when he thought about it, the Wang family only had a dozen demon generals back then. It was already not bad to be able to pick out 10 demon generals from the commoners. Then, the battle in the arena was about to start. Yi Hao was afraid that someone would accidentally get hurt, so he specially arranged for 100 first-level demon general warriors to protect the safety of the participants. Suddenly, the entire square became lively. There were sounds of fighting everywhere and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Basically, no one used any martial techniques. Therefore, most people relied on brute force to fight their opponents. However, this was better for Yi Hao to distinguish the true strength of each person. The battle lasted until night time. Yi Hao looked at the arena and saw that there were still 1,000 people left. The weakest was a 6th-level demon guard and the strongest was a 3rd-level demon general. There were still only 10 demon general cultivators. Alright, you will be the warriors of the first city in the future. However, as warriors of the first city, the first requirement is to protect our city. The second requirement is to not be afraid of death. The third requirement is to be strong. Many of you are born and raised in the Castle of the Kings. You all know very well that the Castle of the Kings is just a city of the lowest level and can be bullied by others. Our duty is to protect the people of our city from being bullied by others. Every child can grow up happily and healthily. Every family will not be bullied by others. Of course, this is not easy to do. Therefore, we have to risk our lives to do it. Can you do it? Yi Hao stood on the arena and shouted loudly. He used his power to spread his voice so that everyone could hear him. Yi Hao's voice exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone's body trembled. Yes. Everyone immediately shouted. They had originally thought that Yi Hao would definitely be like those family heads, recruiting people and buying horses just to satisfy his own selfish desires. Who would have thought that Yi Hao was actually thinking for the sake of the people in the city? One had to know that among these 1,000 people, almost all of them were from the Castle of the Kings. And in this Castle of the Kings, there must be their relatives. And if Yi Hao really did that, then they would naturally be grateful and agree wholeheartedly. We pay our respects to the Lord. Under someone's lead, 1,000 people knelt down in unison. If young Master Yi Hao can really do what he says, then we are willing to be your subject. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. I, Yi Hao, am a man of my word. In the near future, I will set up a law for the first city. Anyone who dares to bully others will be thrown into jail. Furthermore, as long as I have the resources, I will establish an academy so that everyone can cultivate again. Yi Hao knew very well that he who won the hearts of the people would win the world. And the first city would be his foundation. Naturally, this foundation had to be firmly established. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't mind making these promises for these people. Of course, Yi Hao would do so for Yi Hao. This was because the more united these people were, the more powerful his forces would be. We pay our respects to the Lord. After receiving Yi Hao's promise, the crowd seemed to see a beautiful future. This was because what Yi Hao had said was exactly what they wanted. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people in the first city knelt down in unison and called out to Yi Hao. Clearly, they already regarded themselves as Yi Hao's subjects. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of subduing a city and subduing 1,000 subordinates. The host's level has increased by 3. You have obtained a chance to summon a military general. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the requirements of the mission. The number of people's hearts has increased by more than 6 to 5. You have obtained a special gift pack. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The level before you is a level 8 demon general. Activate. Yi Hao hadn't expected that there would be a special gift pack. This was really a pleasant surprise. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 sets of Demon General Supreme Grade equipment. What? Yi Hao's heart was boiling with excitement when he heard about the first reward from the system. One had to know that the weapon he was using had been snatched from the Wang family head. It was only a Demon General Supreme Grade weapon. However, the system had given him 1,000 sets. Furthermore, they were 1 grade higher than the Supreme Grade weapons. They were Supreme Grade weapons. Furthermore, the system had given him a complete set. There were 1,000 sets. Yi Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to listen to the system's voice. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Demon Guard Aptitude Fluid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Demon Guard Strengthening Fluid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 sets of Demon Guard Grade equipment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Demon Lord Grade military formation. The system is up to something. After Yi Hao saw the system's rewards, the excitement in his heart could no longer be expressed. Host, there's no need to be excited. This is the system's help for you to cancel all the soul points and resurrection points that you have obtained in the Myriad Kingdom continent. If you want to exchange for more things, the system won't be able to do it. I knew it. The system wouldn't be so generous all of a sudden. Hearing the system's words, Yi Hao instantly understood. However, Yi Hao didn't feel that he had suffered a loss. Instead, he felt that he had earned a lot. One had to know that the soul points and resurrection points that he had obtained in the Myriad Kingdom continent could at most summon a few Demon Guard grade powerhouses. But now, the system had given him 1,000 sets of Demon General grade equipment and 100,000 sets of Demon Guard grade equipment. One had to know that even in the Myriad Kingdom continent, a divine weapon couldn't compare to a Demon Guard grade weapon in the ancient demon realm. What are these strengthening fluid and aptitude fluid? Yi Hao immediately looked at the 2 items that the system had rewarded him with. Strengthening fluid, the dosage can be used by 100,000 people. It can strengthen the body strength of demon guards below the demon guard realm, as well as their strength. Usage, 1 drop per person. Aptitude fluid, the dosage can be used by 100,000 people. It can increase a person's aptitude. It can be used by demon guards and ordinary people. After using it, it can increase the aptitude to the Demon Guard Peak realm. So these 2 are the real treasures. After Yi Hao looked at the strengthening fluid and aptitude fluid, he immediately exclaimed. One had to know that the reason why these commoners were bullied was because they didn't have strength. The reason why they didn't have strength was because they didn't have enough aptitude and couldn't cultivate. Or their bodies were naturally weak and couldn't cultivate. And this strengthening fluid and aptitude fluid was simply a blessing for those commoners who couldn't cultivate. Although it could only increase the aptitude to the Demon Guard Peak realm, it was already considered pretty good at the moment. After all, no one could eat until they became fat. Chapter 692. Most importantly, there were enough of them. They could be used by 100,000 people. The first city only had a population of 400 to 500,000. Excluding the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, as well as those who were not sincere in joining them. 100,000 bottles of strengthening elixir and aptitude elixir were enough for the youths of the first city to use. If they were equipped with 100,000 sets of armor, they would be the masters of 100,000 powerful cultivators. Other things aside, they could sweep through as many cities as the first city as they wanted. Everyone, since you want to protect our home, do you want to contribute? Yi Hao naturally wanted to use all the good things he had obtained. Otherwise, no matter how good the things were, they would be trash if they were not used. Everyone immediately tensed up when they heard Yi Hao's words. They were wondering if Yi Hao was going to use sweet words to coax them and reveal his true colors now. Could it be that he was going to squeeze them dry like those other families? When he saw the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Hao immediately explained, "What I mean is, do you all want to become cultivators and protect our home?" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Yi Hao's words. However, they immediately started to clamor again. "My lord, It's not that we don't want to become cultivators. It's just that we don't have enough aptitude. We can't cultivate at all. That's right, my lord. Although my aptitude is all right, my physique is too weak. I can't cultivate at all. I can cultivate, but my physique is too weak. I can't advance any further after becoming a first-level demon guard. Sighs could be heard from below. Everyone's tone was filled with helplessness. After all, they were living in a world where the strong were respected. If they wanted to live a good life, and protect their families, they had to have enough power. Otherwise, they would live in fear every day. They would be worse than pigs and dogs, and they would be bullied and squeezed dry by others. However, they were helpless because their aptitude was too weak. They were born with no fate to cultivate. It was not that there was no way to change their aptitude and physique. However, they would need to purchase pills to solve the problem. However, things like medicinal pellets were not things that people like them could extravagantly request. The cost of pills was too high and they were expensive. They also needed alchemists to refine them. Therefore, even the lowest grade of medicinal pills were not something they could afford. Therefore, only the disciples of rich families, clans, and sects could enjoy such pills. They could only be envious. This was because most people would not be able to purchase a single pill in their entire lives. Hearing the commotion below, Yi Hao revealed a smile. Everyone, I have something that can change your aptitude and physique, but it can only allow you to reach the peak of the demon guard. What? My lord, are you serious about this? Let alone reaching the pinnacle of the demon guard, I'm even willing to become a first-rank demon guard. My lord, you must have very few pills in your hands. Tell us, do you want us to compete or do something else? We're willing to do anything. Hearing this, everyone rubbed their palms together. After all, this was an opportunity. An opportunity to become a cultivator. However, everyone knew that the thing in Yi Hao's hand was probably a pill. However, it was impossible for Yi Hao to have too many of those pills. At most, he would only have a few thousand, and that would be too much. At this moment, everyone wanted to fight for this opportunity. Yi Hao gestured for everyone to quieten down. Seeing that everyone's eyes were sparkling, Yi Hao said, "There's no need to compete." What? No need to compete? Don't tell me we can get pills for free. Furthermore, there are so many of us here. My lord, you can't be biased. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they all looked at Yi Hao with longing. Of course we won't get them for free. All you need to do is join the second army of the first city and swear eternal loyalty to me. If you can fight for me and the first city without fear of death, I will change your aptitude and physique. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you a set of equipment. Once Yi Hao had finished speaking, he pulled out a set of demon guard equipment. It was a set of pitch-black armor, a helmet, combat boots, and a long sword. The moment this set of equipment was taken out, it attracted everyone's attention. Even the 1,000 people who were standing in the arena were staring at the equipment in Yi Hao's hands with feverish eyes. They were almost drooling. This was because the appearance of this set of equipment looked very domineering. It made one's blood boil just by looking at it. It made one want to put it on and conquer the world. This is the best equipment for demon guards. At this moment, the only level 3 demon general cultivator immediately exclaimed. What? The best equipment for demon guards? Everyone was shocked. Even if they were not cultivators, they knew how precious this equipment was. It was definitely more expensive than pills. This was also why the Castle of the Kings sold pills but did not sell weapons or equipment. This was because the cost of manufacturing and forging of equipment were more expensive than pills. A small Castle of the Kings could not afford a shop that sold equipment and weapons. This set of equipment will cost at least 100 lower spirit coins. Dream on. This is the best equipment for demon guards. It can be said to be a lower spirit general equipment. Furthermore, it's a complete set. Is this really for us? If so, I'm willing to risk my life to follow the Lord. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were impressed by the equipment in Yi Hao's hands. Even the 1,000 people were drooling as they looked at the equipment in Yi Hao's hands. But I have another request. Right at this moment, Yi Hao spoke abruptly. He does have a request. When the crowd heard Yi Hao, they were not surprised. After all, this was a complete set of the best equipment for demon guards. There was also a chance to become a cultivator. How could it be so easy to obtain? At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao with rapt attention. My request is for the elderly. I don't want children, women, or those with physical disabilities. Is this a request? Is this still a request? When they heard Yi Hao's words, everyone was excited. One had to know that even if there weren't 100,000 people present, there were at least 80,000 who met Yi Hao's requirements. However, Yi Hao's relaxed request made them feel that it was a little unrealistic. Moreover, could Yi Hao really provide so many pills and equipment? Although the crowd felt that it was unrealistic, they were still attracted by the equipment in Yi Hao's hands. They wanted to rely on luck and see if they could be the lucky one. My lord, if I may be so bold as to ask, is this really the only requirement? How many people do you want to recruit? Will the equipment be given out on the spot? A bold person immediately stood up and asked the question on everyone's mind. As long as you swear loyalty to me on the spot, your aptitude and physique will be improved immediately. Moreover, the equipment will be given out on the spot. As for the quota, Chapter 693. There are only 100,000 slot. Yi Hao saw that the crowd was looking at him eagerly. He did not keep them in suspense and directly told them the number. What? 100,000? Did I hear wrongly? Are you sure it's not 10? My lord is not joking. He's probably making fun of us. 100,000? Where can my lord find 100,000 demon guards supreme grade armor? That's the Demon King's supreme grade armor. It's not ordinary armor. I must have heard wrongly. I must. Yi Hao's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. The crowd's first reaction was that they had heard wrongly or that Yi Hao was joking. It was impossible. Everyone, time is precious. First come, first served. Let's start now. Yi Hao ignored the discussion below and said directly. He knew that the number he had mentioned was indeed shocking, but it was true. Since it was true, there was no need to explain. In the end, it would naturally prove that what he had said was true. However, Yi Hao was not overly hasty. After all, this was the first time he had gathered so many people in the ancient demon's territory. Everything else was secondary. As long as they were loyal, that was the most important. Yi Hao did not want to spend a large amount of resources only to end up grooming either deserters or traitors. Me, I'll do it. Don't push, I want one too. When they heard Yi Hao's words, the crowd did not care if it was true or not and immediately began to push forward. Whoever wants to push will be expelled from the first city. The first city will never recruit them into the army, Yi Hao said in a deep voice as he looked at the crowd. His tone was so authoritative that no one dared to disobey. When they heard Yi Hao's words, the crowd did not dare to push and they consciously lined up. I, Wang Mazi, swear to be loyal to the first city forever. I swear to be loyal to the Lord. If I disobey, my soul will be destroyed. Immediately, a young man walked up to the arena and knelt at Yi Hao's feet as he swore. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for recruiting an ordinary person. Loyalty level, 90. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao nodded his head. Indeed, the people of the ancient demon domain placed great importance on oaths. One had to know that once one's loyalty reached 80, they would not betray him. Once one's loyalty reached 90, they would definitely risk their lives for him. You're not bad. Get up. Yi Hao ordered Wang Mazi. Hearing Yi Hao's order, Pockmark Wang looked at Yi Hao nervously and expectantly. As for the crowd below, they all looked at Yi Hao nervously. They wanted to see if Yi Hao would keep his word and speak the truth. If Yi Hao could really raise Pockmarked Wang's aptitude, strengthen Pockmarked Wang's physique, and give him the equipment, then they would definitely pledge allegiance to Yi Hao. But if Yi Hao did not do so, they would definitely scatter like birds and beasts. After all, who would dare to follow a person who didn't keep his word? Yi Hao looked at pockmarked Wang's expectant eyes and took out 2 white jade gourds from his space. Yi Hao used his power to control them and took out 2 drops of liquid. "Open your mouth." Yi Hao looked at pockmarked Wang, who was in a daze, and shouted. After being shouted at by Yi Hao, pockmarked Wang trembled in fear, but he still opened his mouth obediently. Yi Hao directly sent the strengthening liquid and aptitude liquid into pockmarked Wang's mouth. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on pockmarked Wang. Hot, so hot. Ah, it hurts. Hot. At this moment, pockmarked Wang suddenly lay on the ground and wailed. But no one was surprised because they had all heard that the process of taking pills to strengthen one's body and change one's aptitude was very painful. But to become a cultivator, this was a process that one had to go through. Although they didn't understand why Yi Hao didn't use pills but liquid, they didn't care. They just wanted to see if pockmarked Wang's aptitude and physique could be changed. While everyone waited anxiously, pockmarked Wang finally recovered. Pockmarked Wang sensed the surrounding air and suddenly said with a smile, "I can feel the power in the air. I dare say that my body is absorbing this power. Although it's very little, it is indeed becoming stronger." Pockmarked Wang's words immediately ignited everyone. Although pockmarked Wang could only absorb a little, that was normal. Pockmarked Wang didn't have a cultivation technique. If he had one, he would definitely improve rapidly. Use this cultivation technique. In order to test pockmarked Wang's aptitude and to give everyone a greater shock, Yi Hao took out a cultivation technique. Yi Hao directly took out an embarrassing cultivation technique and handed it to pockmarked Wang. This cultivation method was taken from a family. To him, it was completely useless because he needed to level up by killing monsters. But to pockmarked Wang, it was a treasure. If it weren't for Yi Hao, he wouldn't have been able to come into contact with cultivation techniques in his lifetime. "Thank you, my lord." Pockmarked Wang immediately took the cultivation technique. Perhaps because his aptitude had been improved, pockmarked Wang quickly read through the cultivation technique. Pockmarked Wang sat on the spot and began to cultivate. No one rushed him. Instead, they looked anxiously at pockmarked Wang to see if he could cultivate. After a while, pockmarked Wang's aura suddenly changed. The aura of a rank 1 demon guard was revealed. "Ha ha ha, I'm a rank 1 demon guard. I'm also a cultivator. Ha ha ha." After breaking through, pockmarked Wang jumped up in excitement. Then, pockmarked Wang knelt at Yi Hao's feet and returned the cultivation technique to Yi Hao. "Thank you, my lord." "I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." "Good, you must cultivate diligently and reach the peak of the demon guard realm soon." Yi Hao took back the cultivation technique and encouraged pockmarked Wang. "This set of equipment belongs to you. I hope you can wear it soon and conquer the first city." Yi Hao took out a set of equipment and handed it to pockmarked Wang. "No way, he's really giving it to him. I want it too. This kid has struck it rich. And this kid has already become a cultivator. I'm so envious." At this moment, everyone was looking at pockmarked Wang enviously. "He's really giving it to me." Pockmarked Wang looked at the set of equipment in front of him and asked in disbelief. "I'm a man of my word. I'm not lying." Yi Hao's tone was full of dignity. No one dared to doubt him. Hearing Yi Hao's words, pockmarked Wang took the equipment excitedly and couldn't wait to put it on. "How do you feel?" Yi Hao inquired. "I feel that no demon guard below rank 5 is a match for me," pockmarked Wang said as he put on the equipment. One had to know that this was definitely a bold statement. Every cultivator, even if there was a difference of 1 rank, the difference was like heaven and earth. Pockmarked Wang had just broken through and was only a rank 1 demon guard. Yet, he dared to say that he would have no problem challenging a rank 5 demon guard. This was definitely because the equipment gave him enough confidence. Chapter 694. He's already so arrogant after breaking through to the first level. He even dares to threaten a 5th-level demon guard. Even if that's a piece of top-quality demon guard equipment, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. Everyone clearly didn't believe Pockmark Wang's words. "You, exchange a few moves with him," Yi Hao said as he pointed to a 5th-level demon guard soldier. He also wanted to see how powerful the top-quality demon guard equipment was. Yes. Hearing Yi Hao's command, a 5th-level demon guard soldier immediately stepped forward. "I won't show any mercy." That 5th-level demon guard soldier was staring at Pockmark Wang's equipment covetously. "Come at me. As long as you beat me, I'll give you my equipment," Pockmark Wang said confidently. "You said it yourself." That soldier's eyes lit up when he heard Pockmark Wang's words. He charged at Pockmark Wang. That soldier was circulating a robust power in his hands. It was obvious that he was going all out. Logically speaking, he wouldn't even bother to make a move against a 1st-level demon guard. However, he believed that since Pockmark Wang dared to say that, it meant that Pockmark Wang's equipment was definitely very powerful. Since Pockmark Wang had actually boasted, he naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. He had to go all out to defeat Pockmark Wang and obtain Pockmark Wang's equipment. However, Pockmark Wang stood where he was, not moving at all. He felt like he had just received the greatest provocation. He directly bombarded Pockmark Wang's armor. Boom! When his fist landed on the armor, a loud crash was heard. However, Pockmark Wang only took a few steps back. He wasn't injured at all. On the other hand, the 5th-level demon guard soldier who had attacked Pockmark Wang immediately felt like his arm wasn't his anymore. "I admit defeat." That 5th-level demon guard soldier was rather straightforward. He knew that Pockmark Wang would be in an undefeatable position with this set of equipment. No matter how he attacked, it would just be a waste of energy. Although he still coveted Pockmark Wang's equipment, there was nothing he could do. It's indeed top-quality demon guard equipment. It's really powerful. It actually works. A 5th-level demon guard is actually unable to harm a 1st-level demon guard. If he wears this equipment, won't he be invincible within the same level? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Their eyes were burning with desire as they looked at Wang Mazi. At this moment, Wang Mazi became the most dazzling person. Everyone looked at Wang Mazi with envy. In the beginning, he was just an ordinary person. Now, he had become a level 1 demon guard cultivator and even obtained his first set of demon guard top-grade equipment. "My lord, I want to enlist in the army and join the 2nd Legion. I also want to join the army and join the 2nd Unit." At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of Yi Hao's words anymore. One by one, they rushed to speak first, afraid that they would miss this opportunity. Because until now, they still believed that Yi Hao wouldn't have too much equipment. "All of you, come and take control of the situation." Yi Hao felt that it was too troublesome to come one by one, so he directly ordered the 1st-level demon generals. "Everyone, there's no need to squeeze. 1,000 people will take the oath at once. As long as you take the oath, you can become a soldier of the 2nd Legion," Yi Hao said loudly. Immediately, 1,000 people rushed out and swore to Yi Hao. As long as the oath was taken and their loyalty reached the standard, Yi Hao would distribute the aptitude elixirs, strengthening elixirs, and equipment. Although there were 1,000 people taking the oath each time, there were still a lot of people. After all, Yi Hao had subdued 100,000 soldiers. The closer it was to the end, the more shocked everyone became. How many sets of equipment have been distributed? There should be at least 50,000 set. Could it be that the Lord has ransacked some crafting sect? Did you see that? Those are all top-grade demon guard equipment. So many of them are of the same grade. Looks like our first city is going to rise. Those who didn't receive any equipment looked at the 50,000 people in shock. They were already fully equipped and sitting on the ground to cultivate. Everyone was filled with envy and anticipation. They wanted to quickly receive their equipment so that they could become cultivators as soon as possible. Yi Hao busied himself until the afternoon of the 2nd day before he managed to gather 100,000 soldiers. At this moment, the 100,000 soldiers had already changed into their equipment. Each of them looked valiant and radiated an imposing aura. Moreover, many of them had already become cultivators of the first and second level of the demon guard after a night of training. In just a short night, the power of the aptitude elixirs and strengthening elixirs could be seen. From now on, you will be the second legion. The second legion will be divided into 100 small teams. Each team has 1,000 people and will be led by a first-level demon guard warrior. Yi Hao ordered the 100,000 soldiers below him. Yes. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices soared to the sky. At this moment, their worship and loyalty to Yi Hao had reached a peak. This was because Yi Hao had changed their lives and made them cultivators and real men. Moreover, Yi Hao was so domineering. He had taught each of them cultivation techniques and equipped them with top-grade demon guard equipment. Who wouldn't be grateful to Yi Hao? Even the ordinary people's loyalty to Yi Hao had reached a peak. This was because the 100,000 soldiers that Yi Hao had recruited would definitely have their relatives. Go and select your own soldiers first, then bring them down for training. After a period of time, I will personally assess them. Yi Hao directly instructed the 100 first-level demon generals. At this moment, each of these 100 first-level demon generals had 1,000 men under their command. They couldn't help but straighten their backs, feeling great pressure. However, Yi Hao was full of confidence in these people. After all, there was no need to doubt the loyalty of the 100,000 soldiers to begin with. Moreover, the general strength of the soldiers was on the low side now. These first-level demon generals were enough to suppress everyone. Moreover, they could also guide these people in their cultivation and strive to maximize the effects of the aptitude elixirs and strengthening elixirs so that each of them could break through to the peak of the demon guard realm as soon as possible. Soon, the small groups of 1,000 people left the first city one after another. Because the first city was too small, it wasn't enough for these people to train. They could only be brought to the wilderness to train. After seeing these people leave, Yi Hao felt great pressure. This was because an additional 100,000 soldiers was equivalent to an additional 100,000 mouths. These people needed to eat and drink. Fortunately, after subduing so many families, there was still enough food and drink for a short period of time. All of you, follow me. Yi Hao looked at the 1,000 people who had successfully challenged the arena. At this moment, each and every one of them was looking at him pitifully. Yi Hao knew that these people were still eyeing the armor of the 100,000 soldiers. Although Yi Hao had better armor for them, Yi Hao definitely wouldn't give it to them so easily. Chapter 695. Do you all want the equipment worn by 100,000 soldiers? Yi Hao asked the thousands of soldiers when they arrived at the nearest entrance to the magical beast forest in the first city. Yes. Everyone shouted with all their might, proving how much they desired that set of equipment. Even if you want it, you don't have it. I only have 100,000 sets at the moment and they are all glowing, Yi Hao said. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Finally, someone said, "My lord, why are we stronger than them? Why do they have such good equipment while we don't?" Good. Well said. Since you are stronger than them, I want you to always be stronger than them. Hearing this person's words, Yi Hao smiled and took out a set of top-grade demon general equipment. Everyone was instantly attracted by the equipment in Yi Hao's hands. They realized that the equipment in Yi Hao's hands was definitely much better than the equipment worn by the 100,000 soldiers. What grade of equipment is this? Don't tell me this is a piece of demon general equipment. I think it's at least superior demon general equipment. But is this for us? Everyone exclaimed as they looked at the equipment in Yi Hao's hands. The discomfort in their hearts was swept away. If Yi Hao wasn't their lord, they probably wouldn't have shown any mercy and would have snatched it from him. This is demon general equipment, Yi Hao said softly. What? Demon general equipment? Everyone exclaimed when they heard Yi Hao's words. That's right. I specially prepared this equipment for the First Legion. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they became excited. They looked at the equipment in Yi Hao's hands and salivated. However, The First Legion only nurtures the strong. We don't want trash. Furthermore, only the strong can have this equipment. My lord is right. Everyone quickly agreed when they heard Yi Hao's words. Even they wouldn't be willing to give this set of equipment to weaklings, let alone Yi Hao. However, when everyone looked at their own cultivations, they instantly felt that they had no fate with this equipment. Their strength was simply too weak, and they weren't worthy of such good equipment. Therefore, I will give you a test. As long as you pass, you will be part of the First Legion and these equipment will belong to you, Yi Hao continued. My lord, what is the test? Everyone looked at Yi Hao expectantly. At this moment, not only did they want the equipment, but they also wanted the glory of being part of the First Legion. If he could become a member of the First Legion, he would definitely bring glory to his family. After entering this forest, those who can survive for 10 days will become members of the First Legion and will be able to obtain equipment. This was something that Yi Hao had thought about a long time ago. He wanted to create a special troop, a troop that was fearless. However, there couldn't be too many people in this troop. Because if there were too many people, it would be a burden to this troop, and it wouldn't achieve the effect he wanted. Therefore, Yi Hao set the number at 1,000. However, the current strength of these people was still too weak. Moreover, they had not truly experienced the tempering of life and death. Only those who had experienced the tempering of life and death would be able to truly grow. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission to create a king's mentor. Mission 1. Within 10 days, raise the average strength of 1,000 people in the First Legion to the 8th level. Mission completion will reward 2,000 upgrade pills and 1,000 Demon General upgrade pills. What? Break through to the 8th level of Demon Guard. Yi Hao was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to obtain another mission. However, it seemed that this mission was somewhat difficult. Right now, most of the people's strength was at the 5th level of Demon Guard. To raise these people to the 8th level of Demon Guard in just 10 days was undoubtedly quite difficult. However, it wasn't that there was no hope. Because among these 1,000 people, there were many Demon Guards at the 5th level and above. However, on average, everyone's strength should be at the 6th level of Demon Guard and above. In other words, in these 10 days, as long as each person could raise 2 levels. Enter the forest for 10 days, as long as we survive. So simple. Hearing Yi Hao's conditions, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Because this was only the periphery of the forest, there wouldn't be any powerful demon beasts at all. It was already not bad to have a Demon General level demon beast. And as long as it was a Demon General level demon beast, everyone joining hands would absolutely slaughter it instantly. Simple. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Hao sneered in his heart. He let these people enter the forest for these few days to let them experience life and death, and not let them have a picnic. Actually, they thought it was that simple. Here are 1,000 healing pills. It can be said to be life-saving medicinal pills. You all have to keep it well. Yi Hao directly took out the healing pills he obtained from the Cloud Pill Pavilion and handed them to everyone. Everyone didn't dare to be careless because what Yi Hao said was right. Healing pills were absolutely life-saving medicinal pills. If they didn't suffer too severe injuries, they would definitely be as good as new after consuming the healing pills. Each Demon Guard powerhouse, Yi Hao gave a Demon Guard level healing pill respectively. As for those 10 Demon Generals, Yi Hao gave each of them a Demon General level healing pill. This was because the Demon Guard level healing pill had no effect on them at all. These are aptitude pills, strengthening pills, marrow cleansing pills, and recovery pills. Take them now. Yi Hao took out all the medicinal pills he had obtained from the Cloud Pill Pavilion. He believed that with the help of these medicinal pills, there would be a higher chance of completing the mission given to him by the system. Everyone received the pills delightedly. That was because they realized that at the very least, the pills that they had received were more than what the Second Army had. Everyone knew that these medicinal pills would be of great help to them. This was because most people had already reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. But with these medicinal pills, the bottleneck was no longer a bottleneck. You all can choose your cultivation techniques and martial techniques. I will only give you 5 days to cultivate. Yi Hao watched as everyone consumed the medicinal pills. To Yi Hao's delight, many people actually broke through to the next realm directly. This was definitely a good sign for Yi Hao. Yi Hao took out all the cultivation techniques and martial techniques that he had obtained from those clans from the infinite space. Upon hearing Yi Hao's order, everyone began to choose their cultivation techniques and martial techniques. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and started to discuss and share their own opinions. Then, one by one, they began to cultivate. Some of them began to learn martial techniques. Yi Hao watched everyone cultivate in an orderly manner and nodded his head in satisfaction. Wait for me. Yi Hao couldn't help but call out. The purple sky supreme being was still suffering from the earth demon black gas. Given his current strength, he still couldn't compete with the Cloud Pill sect. Therefore, he could only develop his strength. Fortunately, the system had told him that as long as he found the antidote within 2 years, the purple sky supreme being and the others would be fine. However, Yi Hao was more worried about Zimo. After all, the ancient demon's territory was full of danger and Zimo was all alone. How could he not be worried? Chapter 696. I reckon that the 10,000 Kingdoms continent is about to be unified. Yi Hao looked at the sky. However, with his parents and so many generals in control of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, Yi Hao believed that nothing would happen. Yi Hao retracted his thoughts and looked at the first legion that was cultivating. It seems that I should take action. Yi Hao walked towards the interior of the forest alone. It seems that there are indeed no magical beasts in the periphery. Yi Hao walked in the forest and discovered that there were only a few magical beasts. Moreover, they were all demon guards of the 1st and 2nd rank. They were of no use at all. Yi Hao's goal was to drive the magical beasts away and let them attack the 1st Legion. He wanted to use the magical beasts to train the 1st Legion. This was because Yi Hao had always believed that only soldiers who had experienced the tempering of life and death were qualified soldiers. Moreover, only after experiencing the tempering of life and death could a person grow. Moreover, the 1st Legion could also use the magical beasts to train their martial skills, attack ability, and reaction ability. Yi Hao searched for magical beasts along the way but did not find any groups of magical beasts. This was because in order to train the 1st Legion, they could not have magical beasts that were too strong or too weak. Moreover, it had to be a group of magical beasts. Otherwise, it would not be able to achieve the effect of a group battle. Forget it, I'll leave this matter to you. After searching for a long time, Yi Hao was too lazy to look and directly released the Green Wolf King and 20 green wolves. After receiving Yi Hao's instructions, the Green Wolf King immediately led the pack of wolves and dashed out. In a short while, more than a dozen magical beasts were chased back. They were all demon guards of the 6th and 7th rank. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. This Green Wolf King was indeed worthy of being the overlord of the low-level magical beasts. Its efficiency was indeed formidable. These dozen or so magical beasts were still a little restless at first. However, under the pressure of Yi Hao's Demon King aura, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and did not dare to move. Yi Hao had nothing to do, so he took out the 2nd rank military formation that the system had rewarded him with. Military formation, as the name implied, was a formation used by the army. Moreover, military formations were very mysterious. Not only were they unpredictable, but most importantly, they could increase the overall combat ability of an army. Of course, in order to use a powerful military formation well, the most important thing was the tacit cooperation between all the soldiers. What Yi Hao had was a 2nd-grade military formation. As long as he used it well, he could let Demon General level troops fight against Demon King level troops. And this 2nd-rank military formation could allow demon generals to be invincible within the same rank, crushing any troops of the same rank. If Yi Hao's 1,000-man team encountered another 1,000-man team of the same level, as long as they used their military formations properly, then Yi Hao's 1,000-man team would definitely be able to crush the other party. Furthermore, as long as it wasn't the other party and the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, they would still be able to put up a fight. Of course, there were also requirements for using this array. That was, more than half of the people using it had to be at least at the demon general level or above. Otherwise, the formation would not be able to be used at all. Furthermore, it would not be effective at all. This array formation is not bad. Yi Hao looked at the second-grade array formation. There were only 5 arrays. Among these 5 arrays, there were offensive and defensive ones. There were even arrays that could increase the speed of escape. However, Yi Hao took a look at one of the arrays. Life and Death Array. After using the array formation, it could share the lives of all the soldiers. At the same time, it could also share everyone's offensive power. It could condense the defensive power of many people into one person, and it could also condense the offensive power of many people into one person. This array formation was exactly what Yi Hao wanted. Because with this array formation, it could truly integrate the 1,000-man team together and play the role of sharing life and death together. Moreover, the power of this array formation was also very terrifying. Just think about it. Sharing everyone's lives meant that the array formation would only be broken if 1,000 people were killed together. If 1,000 people could not be killed at the same time, then with the shared lives, no one would die. Furthermore, it could also condense the defensive and offensive power of many people into one person. Wouldn't that be a tyrannical abuse of cultivators of the same level? For example, the enemy had a level 1 demon general, while Yi Hao's side had 3 level 1 demon generals, condensing all their strength into one person. How would the enemy have the strength to resist? Yi Hao immediately started to study this life and death array. When there was time, he would integrate this array into the army. Yi Hao believed that as long as this array was integrated into the army, the combat power would increase by more than 1 level. Ding dong, does the host want to learn the life and death array? Just as Yi Hao was about to study the array formation, the system suddenly sounded. Hearing the notification, Yi Hao was delighted. I didn't expect the system to be able to learn even this. However, since it could be learned directly, Yi Hao naturally did not want to waste his time and effort. He nodded. Learn. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning the second-grade life and death array. It can be used in demon general troops. Requirements: the troops have to cooperate well. At least half of them have to be demon general and above. It seems that the revolution has yet to succeed if I want to use this array. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Yi Hao sighed. Currently, his strongest first army had an average strength of level 6 demon guards. Only a dozen of them had reached the level of demon general. As for the second army, there was no need to talk about it. Although there were 100 level 1 demon general warriors, it was just right to use this array. However, these people already had important positions. Each of them had 1,000 subordinates under their control. At this time, it was obviously unrealistic to draw out these 100 people to train the array. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. Yi Hao looked at the demonic beasts around him. There were already close to 100 of them. The average strength of these demonic beasts was level 6 or level 7. There were also a few that were level 9 or level 10 demon guards. In just half a day, he had already gotten so many demonic beasts. He was already very satisfied. Yi Hao believed that these 100 demonic beasts were definitely enough to make the first army suffer. However, Yi Hao felt that this was far from enough. However, there were still 4 days left. Yi Hao was not anxious at all. These demonic beasts, because of the suppression of Yi Hao's aura, all of them looked at Yi Hao in fear. They did not dare to act recklessly. Yi Hao resisted the urge to kill these demonic beasts in his heart. Because these demonic beasts were all experience points. However, Yi Hao guessed that now that he had reached level 8 demon general, even if he killed these demon guards, he probably would not gain much experience points. This was because Yi Hao realized that it was getting harder and harder for him to level up in this ancient demon domain. This was because as long as he leveled up, the experience points he gained from killing creatures of a lower realm would greatly decrease. Bring my 3,000 elixirs. Yi Hao looked at the alchemy cauldron in front of him, his heart filled with excitement. After all, this was 3,000 pills. If it was an ordinary alchemist, they would probably vomit blood. This was a mission that simply could not be completed. That was because those alchemists couldn't guarantee that every batch of pills they concocted would definitely succeed. However, he was different. With the system, no matter how difficult the problem was, he could basically solve it. Although 3,000 elixir pills was indeed a huge number, Yi Hao believed that he would definitely be able to refine 3,000 elixir pills if he continued to refine them day and night. Due to the cauldron, only 5 portions of herbs could be placed in the cauldron at a time. This was something that Yi Hao could do nothing about at the moment. Yi Hao directly threw the 5 portions of herbs into the cauldron. Then, he turned the energy in his body into a raging flame and began to refine the pills. Yi Hao realized that even the lowest level pills in this world were more difficult to refine than the high level pills in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Because the difficulty of refining spiritual herbs had increased by a lot, Yi Hao guessed that if he had a heavenly flame, it might be much better. But now that he didn't have a heavenly flame, Yi Hao could only obediently refine pills and look forward to completing the mission so that he could draw a better heavenly flame. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for refining successfully. You have obtained 4 Demon Guard level healing pills. Congratulations to the host for gaining 4 experience point. Only 4 pills. Yi Hao couldn't help but frown. One had to know that in the Myriad Kingdom continent, when he refined pills, he had a 100% success rate. Furthermore, he used to have the pill explosion technique, which could increase the number of pills he could refine. Oh right, I wonder if the pill explosion technique can still be used. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that in the Myriad Kingdom continent, the system had rewarded him with the pill refining skill. One had to know that the pill explosion technique was simply a divine skill. If someone could refine pills with a 100% success rate, that would be incredible. On the other hand, Yi Hao maintained the quality of the pills and increased the number of pills he could refine on this basis. Yi Hao immediately opened the cauldron and put away the 4 round healing pills that were emitting a medicinal fragrance. With a glance, one could tell that the quality of these 4 pills wasn't bad. Yi Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The success rate of refining pills had already decreased. If the quality of the pills also decreased, then he wouldn't be able to live anymore. After Yi Hao put away the pills, Yi Hao didn't waste any of the wasted herbs in the cauldron and directly put them away. Even though these were wasted, the spirit energy was still there. It could still play a huge role in the external injuries of the soldiers. After collecting them, Yi Hao continued to throw spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Pill explosion technique. At the same time, Yi Hao tried the pill explosion technique to see if it could still be used in the ancient demon realm. Ding dong, pill explosion technique failed. Level is too low. Experience plus 10. As expected, it still failed. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao wasn't surprised. This was similar to what he had expected. However, the system's one-time reward of 10 experience points was a sky-high number. This was because the experience points now were no longer the experience points of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. This was based on a ratio of thousands of times. Previously, he had only been rewarded with 1 experience point. His alchemist career had risen from the sage level of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent to the Demon Guard level. Since he could obtain experience points, Yi Hao saw hope. This meant that the pill explosion technique could be leveled up. As long as the level was high enough, he could use it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for refining successfully. You have obtained 4 Demon Guard level healing pills. Soon, the system's notification sounded. However, it still didn't succeed completely. It was only 80% successful. Yi Hao was somewhat dissatisfied. If other alchemists were to know about this, they would probably be angered to death. This was because even a genius alchemist wouldn't dare to refine 5 sets of pills in one go. Whether one could successfully refine 1 set of pills depended on luck and skill. If one were to refine 5 sets, it would be good enough if the cauldron didn't explode. It was simply a fool's dream to want to refine 5 sets of pills. Moreover, most alchemists didn't use their own strength to refine pills. This was because flames were too difficult to control. Not only did it consume a lot of energy, but the power of the flames wasn't enough. Only a very high-level alchemist would be able to refine pills like this. Most alchemists would refine pills in their sects or in some sacred ground. They would use natural fire seeds or fire veins to refine pills. As for fire seeds and fire veins, they were similar to strange flames. It was just that no one dared to subdue them. Chapter 698. To be able to use energy to transform into furnace fire like Yi Hao, and to refine in 5 batches from the start, and the success rate was so high. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. If some large sects knew about it, they would definitely fight to take him in. Because even a genius couldn't do it to Yi Hao's extent. If they brought Yi Hao to the sect and let Yi Hao borrow the fire vein to refine pills, his speed would increase by a terrifying amount. But Yi Hao still didn't know how heaven-defying he was at this moment, and there was still a trace of complaint in his heart. But although he was complaining, Yi Hao didn't stop refining pills at all. Ding dong, pill explosion technique failed. Level is too low. Experience increased by 10. Ding dong, pill explosion technique failed. Level is too low. Experience increased by 10. Ding dong, pill explosion technique failed. Level is too low. Experience increased by 10. Similarly, every time Yi Hao refined a furnace of pills, he would use pill explosion technique once. But pill explosion technique didn't seem to have any intention of improving. It was just constantly accumulating experience. The first day passed quickly, and Yi Hao refined 500 pills. If this were to spread out, it would scare people to death. A demon guard level alchemist refining 500 pills a day, this was simply unheard of. But Yi Hao was still very dissatisfied. After all, the mission given to him by the system was to refine 3,000 pills. And now that a day had passed, that meant that he only had 3 days left. As for himself, he had to refine 2,500 pills within 3 days. Yi Hao didn't dare to relax and continued to refine pills without stopping. Yi Hao discovered that it was indeed harder to raise the level of alchemists now than in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Because a day had passed, and his level was still at Demon Guard Alchemist. But Yi Hao looked at the experience bar, and estimated that in another day, he could be promoted to Demon General Alchemist. Thinking of this, Yi Hao felt very motivated. The second day passed quickly, and Yi Hao already had 300 to 400 magical beasts around him. Due to his alchemy, Yi Hao did not let the Green Wolf King chase the magical beasts away. Instead, he let the Green Wolf King lead the pack of green wolves to watch over the magical beasts. These magical beasts were basically at the Demon Guard level, while the green wolves were all at the Demon General level. With these green wolves around, these magical beasts didn't dare to move recklessly. The few demon generals and magical beasts were also intimidated by the Green Wolf King. On the other hand, Yi Hao focused on refining pills. The second day had more time than the first day. Therefore, Yi Hao directly refined 700 pills. The medicinal pills in these 2 days only added up to 1,200 pills, making Yi Hao involuntarily feel anxious. This was because an ordinary demon guard or demon general alchemist could only refine dozens of pills in a day. To be able to refine 100 pills in a day was already incredible. And refining more than 200 pills was extremely rare. Unless it was an alchemist at the demon general level or above, they would be able to do it. And Yi Hao had just become an alchemist at the demon general level. He could refine close to 1,000 pills in a day, which was several times the number of pills that others could refine. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 3,000 pills have been refined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to draw a deviant flame. Phew tilde, it's finally done. Yi Hao exhaled heavily. He immediately stood up and stretched his body. Not to mention these 4 days, Yi Hao's body was already somewhat unable to endure refining pills day and night. And at this time, the energy in his body was almost exhausted. And the recovery pills that he had snatched from the cloud pill chamber were almost all consumed by him. Yi Hao could not help but sit on the ground and begin to recover his physical strength and strength. Yi Hao saw that the energy in his body had almost recovered. He said to the system, "System, I want to draw a deviant flame." Yi Hao knew that there were more than 100 types of deviant flames in battle through the heavens. However, only 23 types of deviant flames had appeared on the deviant flame list. These 23 types were undoubtedly the most powerful among the 100 types of deviant flames. Therefore, Yi Hao did not have any extravagant requests at this moment. He only wanted to draw a deviant flame from the deviant flame list. Even if it was the 23rd deviant flame, it would be fine. At this moment, a space suddenly appeared in front of Yi Hao. When Yi Hao saw this space, he was simply shocked. Because in front of him was a world of fire. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple. There were colors, there were all kinds of colors mixed together. All kinds of flames could be seen here. Chapter 699. Yi Hao looked at the number of deviant flames in front of him. There were at least 1,000 types. How can there be so many deviant flames? Even battle through the heavens didn't have this many. Yi Hao frowned and mumbled in confusion. Host, these are deviant flames from dozens of worlds. Naturally, there are many types. Furthermore, some of the weaker deviant flames have not been collected yet. The system immediately explained when it heard Yi Hao's mumbling. Yi Hao immediately nodded. He instantly understood. Because battle through the heavens was a world, there were close to 100 types of deviant flames. However, there were only 23 types on the deviant flame list. This place was different. There were many deviant flames collected from many worlds. Naturally, there were more deviant flames than in battle through the heavens. System, how do I draw the deviant flames? Yi Hao asked the system after he understood everything. At this moment, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous and expectant. The deviant flames draw has begun. The host will get whichever deviant flame he catches. After the system finished speaking, all the deviant flames instantly flew in all directions. Damn it! Yi Hao couldn't help but curse. The system didn't give him the ability to react at all. Seeing the heavenly flames flying in all directions, Yi Hao was at a loss as to where he should go to chase after them. Furthermore, the deviant flames were extremely fast. In just a short while, they had already flown out of sight. Ding dong! The deviant flame's draw has begun. If the host can't catch a deviant flame within 15 minutes, the host will be deemed to have given up this draw opportunity. What? There's a time limit. This time, Yi Hao almost cursed. Forget it. Everything depends on luck. Yi Hao randomly chose a direction and chased after the deviant flames. This was because Yi Hao was afraid that if he didn't chase after the deviant flames, he wouldn't be able to get a single deviant flame. Then, all his efforts over the past few days would have been for nothing. Regardless of the strength of the deviant flames, at least he wanted to get one. It was better than nothing. Yi Hao reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he saw the deviant flames. There were 3 or 4 flames in front of him, 3 blue and 1 purple. Yi Hao did not know how many flames there were and what kind of flames they were. Moreover, Yi Hao believed that there were strong and weak deviant flames. However, Yi Hao didn't know what kind of deviant flames were, so he couldn't differentiate them. Should I capture it or not? Yi Hao hesitated as he looked at the deviant flame in front of him. After all, he also wanted to capture a stronger heavenly flame. Furthermore, he wasn't sure of the strength of these heavenly flames. If he randomly grabbed one and it turned out to be a weak heavenly flame, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? The stronger the heavenly flame, the harder it is to capture it. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly thought of battle through the heavens. The stronger the deviant flame, the more difficult it was to subdue it. Although he didn't need to go to the natural world to collect them, and these strange flames were not harmful to him because of the system, he still needed to collect them. However, Yi Hao firmly believed that the stronger the deviant flame, the harder it was to obtain it. This was an unchanging truth. When Yi Hao thought of this, he could not help but want to take a gamble. Yi Hao directly gave up on the deviant flame in front of him and continued to chase forward. Along the way, Yi Hao caught more than a few hundred types of deviant flames. Moreover, Yi Hao realized that the remaining deviant flames were even harder to catch up with. This further confirmed Yi Hao's thoughts. Ding dong, there are still 60 seconds left. Just as Yi Hao was still trying his best to chase forward, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that he had been too engrossed in the chase and had forgotten that there was still time. Yi Hao glanced ahead and realized that there was no trace of the deviant flame at all. Hence, it was simply a fool's dream to capture a deviant flame within 60 seconds. Am I really going to waste this opportunity? Yi Hao was a little unwilling. If he had known earlier, he would have casually grabbed a deviant flame just now. At this moment, Yi Hao saw a flame in the shape of a magical beast flying past him. Ding dong, 30 seconds countdown, it's you. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Hao immediately chased after the deviant flame. Yi Hao believed that this deviant flame was definitely not the weakest. After all, there were more than 100 types of deviant flames behind this deviant flame. In fact, even if this deviant flame was the weakest deviant flame, Yi Hao would still accept it. After all, there was not enough time now. Getting a deviant flame was better than not getting one at all. The deviant flame could also sense that Yi Hao was trying to catch it and couldn't help but dodge in all directions. Ding dong, 10 seconds countdown, still trying to run. When Yi Hao heard the system's voice, he was a little anxious. However, he still tried his best to grab the deviant flame. Ding dong, time's up. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, Yi Hao's hand touched the deviant flame. Does this count as getting it? At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly became nervous. After all, the time was up and he had just caught the deviant flame. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Ranked 250 on the deviant flame list. It's actually the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Looking at the name of this deviant flame, Yi Hao immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This was because this was something on the deviant flame list in Battle Through the Heavens and was ranked 22nd. There were more deviant flames here. Although this 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire was ranked 250th, overall, it was already very good. At this moment, Yi Hao looked at the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire in his hand. It directly drilled into his body from his palm. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The beast source energy that was originally obedient in Yi Hao's body suddenly went berserk. Similarly, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire also went berserk. Yi Hao's face changed. He didn't understand why such a thing would happen. One had to know that these two weren't ordinary things. Although the beast source energy didn't have much use in the ancient demon realm, it was on the invincible continent. But in the Myriad Kingdom continent, they are invincible existences that can control the life and death of any magical beast. However, because the ancient demon realm had its own source energy and the beast source energy was weaker, the beast source energy was suppressed by the ancient demon realm. As for the deviant flame, it was needless to say. If it weren't for the system, Yi Hao would probably be burned to death if he were to subdue the deviant flame personally. If these two things were to fight in his body, he would definitely suffer. Just as Yi Hao was about to stop them, the beast source energy and the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire suddenly quietened down. The two of them leaned against each other and waited quietly. Everything that happened just now seemed to be an illusion of Yi Hao. These two are related to beasts. Could it be that these two are only related? Yi Hao guessed in his heart. But at this moment, Yi Hao had already left the system space and returned to the ancient demon realm. Come out, 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Yi Hao wanted to see the power of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. At this moment, a ball of flame appeared on Yi Hao's fingertip. However, Yi Hao could feel that this flame was many times stronger than the one that he transformed into. Chapter 700. Yi Hao looked at the group of magical beasts prostrating on the ground, not even daring to roar. Even the Green Wolf King could not help but take a few steps back when he saw the 10,000 beast spirit fire in Yi Hao's hand. If not for the fact that Yi Hao was his master and he knew that Yi Hao would not hurt him, he would have run away long ago. Let's see how effective the pills are. Yi Hao threw a bunch of spiritual grasses into the cauldron and controlled the temperature of the 10,000 beast spirit fire. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual grasses had turned into liquid, and the impurities within the spiritual grasses were burned into nothingness. It was much easier than before. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the pills. You have received 6 Demon Guard Supreme Grade Healing Pills. You have received 6 experience points. So fast. Yi Hao looked at the pills that he had created. The speed had more than doubled. Most importantly, the 10,000 beast spirit fire was ranked 250th among the deviant flames. How powerful would the deviant flames that were ranked first be? And he had yet to unleash the full power of the 10,000 beast spirit fire. That was because the 10,000 beast spirit fire was the same as martial skills. It was affected by his cultivation. As his cultivation grew stronger, the power of the 10,000 beast spirit fire would grow stronger as well. Yi Hao put away the 10,000 beast spirit fire and looked at the pills in the cauldron. He noticed that the pills had become rounder, and the medicinal fragrance was very rich. It was much better than the healing pills that he had created before. This was because the flames that he had created from his own power could not completely burn away the impurities within the spiritual grasses. But the 10,000 beast spirit fire could. Roar. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and a beast's roar came from afar. Hearing the beast's roar, the Green Wolf King showed a look of unease. Just then, a black shadow flashed past, and Yi Hao saw a peak demon lord bloodthirsty leopard appear before him. Bloodthirsty leopards were born at the demon lord realm. Their talents were higher than the Green Wolf King. When a bloodthirsty leopard matured, its power would reach the peak demon lord realm. And this bloodthirsty leopard was the overlord of this area. All the demonic beasts here were its food. But for the past few days, it felt that its food had been decreasing. The bloodthirsty leopard had chased him all the way here. The bloodthirsty leopard looked at Yi Hao with a bloodthirsty gaze. A trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. It clearly didn't place Yi Hao's cultivation in its eyes. Junior leopard, I'll use you to test the power of my 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Seeing the bloodthirsty leopard roar, Yi Hao showed no fear and threw out the 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Seeing the flame in Yi Hao's hand, the bloodthirsty leopard's eyes widened. He felt a dangerous aura from Yi Hao's hand. Run! The bloodthirsty leopard didn't dare to act rashly. It turned around and ran. This was the experience he had accumulated over the years in the demonic beast forest. Survival was the most important thing. If he wasn't a match for the other party, he wouldn't charge forward. Trying to run? Seeing the fleeing bloodthirsty leopard, a cold smile flashed across Yi Hao's face. He immediately threw the 10,000 beast spirit fire at the bloodthirsty leopard. In an instant, the 10,000 beast spirit fire smashed onto the bloodthirsty leopard's body. The flames were like the bite of 10,000 beasts, instantly annihilating the bloodthirsty leopard. After killing the bloodthirsty leopard, the 10,000 beast spirit fire flew back into Yi Hao's body. Hey! Yi Hao let out a cry of surprise. He realized that the attack of the 10,000 beast spirit fire didn't consume any of its power. Instead, it seemed to have become stronger. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that the 10,000 beast spirit fire was formed from the soul and bloodline of 10,000 beasts. He guessed that the 10,000 beast spirit fire didn't just kill the bloodthirsty leopard, it also took away the soul and bloodline of the bloodthirsty leopard. That was why it became slightly stronger. Yi Hao was curious. If the 10,000 beast spirit fire continued to devour more demonic beasts, would its ranking rise? Thinking of this, Yi Hao wanted to test it out. He directly threw the 10,000 beast spirit fire at a demon guard. This demonic beast panicked and was burned into nothingness. However, Yi Hao felt that the 10,000 beast spirit fire didn't become stronger this time. It seemed that the strength of the demonic beast spirit fire was related to the strength of the demonic beast. Yi Hao walked to the location of the bloodthirsty leopard. At this moment, there was only a pile of ashes left. Yi Hao felt that it was a waste. The 10,000 beast spirit fire burned the bloodthirsty leopard too cleanly. Yi Hao felt that it was a waste. After all, this was a peak demon king level demonic beast. It could be exchanged for a lot of good things. At the same time, its bones could be used to forge spirit tools. Yi Hao kicked the ashes and found a pleasant surprise. The beast core of the bloodthirsty leopard had not been burned. It seemed that it was because of his realm. If he was a little stronger, even the beast core would have been burned to ashes. This beast core was the same as the demonic beast core in the 10,000 countries continent. It stored the power of the demonic beast. However, the beast core was a level higher than the demonic beast core. However, Yi Hao was also glad that the beast core was not burned. This was because the beast core was the most precious thing on the demonic beast. Not only could it be refined into pills, it could also be used by cultivators or demonic beasts. After using it, one could refine the energy inside and turn it into their own energy. Yi Hao looked at the Green Wolf King. At this moment, the Green Wolf King was looking at the beast core in his hand with longing. Yi Hao was not stingy. He directly threw the beast core to the Green Wolf King. Awu Tilda seeing the beast core flying towards him, the Green Wolf King let out an excited roar and swallowed the beast core in one gulp. It should be able to break through to the 4th order Demon King level. Yi Hao guessed as he watched the Green Wolf King swallow the beast core. After all, that was a peak Demon King level beast core. If the Green Wolf King could not break through to the 4th order Demon King level after eating it, then it would be too trashy. After the Green Wolf King swallowed the beast core, it immediately lay on the ground and started refining the beast core in its body. Ding dong, congratulations to hosts Green Wolf King for leveling up. Current level, 10th order Demon General. Looks like the Green Wolf King is really not bad. Hearing the system's words, Yi Hao couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. He had just refined the beast core and the Green Wolf King had already leveled up. It looked like he had underestimated the Green Wolf King after reaching the 4th order Demon King level. Seeing the Green Wolf King refining the beast core, Yi Hao was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat on the ground and stood guard for the Green Wolf King. Perhaps it was because of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, or perhaps it was because Yi Hao had killed the bloodthirsty leopard. There were hundreds of them lying on the ground, not daring to move. Ding dong, congratulations to hosts Green Wolf King for leveling up. Current level, 1st order Demon King. Raw Tilda seeing the Green Wolf King leveling up twice in a row, as the Green Wolf King's subordinates, the pack of green wolves let out excited roars. Ding dong, congratulations to hosts Green Wolf King for leveling up. Current level, 2nd order Demon King. Ding dong, congratulations to hosts Green Wolf King for leveling up. Current level, 3rd order Demon King. Ding dong, congratulations to hosts Green Wolf King for leveling up. Current level, 4th order Demon King. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao opened his eyes and realized that the Green Wolf King was still refining the beast core in its body. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.